out your chest and be a little bolder. All we do is we buy and hold. There will be shills who wanna steal your thrills. There will be friends who hold till the end. There will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedges are dead. Panic and fear really are near, but it's not ours to own. We have shown that all we do is buy and hold. Oh, there will be shills who wanna steal your thrills, and there will be friends who hold till the end, and there will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedges are dead. So when the night's getting colder and you're needing that shoulder, these apes got your back, we got each other. All we do is we buy and hold.
Shove up that deck, get off my neck. Content strike, ain't got me a check. Rope a dope so, oh ha ha. Jerry was so mad, ain't got no money, ain't got no honey. Just really plain sad. Jerry, are you okay? Are you okay, Jerry? S-T-D, touchdown, had to let you go. Over leverage with compliance and shame. Touch yourself, cause you got no game. And say, why are you so mad? Oh, ha ha. Jerry, why so mad? Ain't got no money, ain't got no honey. Just really plain sad. Jerry, are you okay? Are you okay, Jerry? Touchdown, had to let you go. Over leverage with compliance and shame. Touch yourself, cause you got no game. Then say, why are you so mad? Oh, 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 ha, oh. Jerry, why so mad? Ain't got no money, ain't got no honey. Just really plain sad. Jerry, are you okay? Are you okay, Jerry? Jerry, why so mad? Ain't got no money, ain't got no honey. Just really plain sad. Jerry, are you okay? Are you okay, Jerry? S-T-D, touchdown, had to let you go. Over leverage with compliance and shame. Touch yourself, cause you got no game. And say, why are you so mad? Oh, ha ha. Jerry, why so mad? Ain't got no money, ain't got no honey. Just really plain sad. Jerry, are you okay? Are you okay, Jerry? Jerry, why so mad? Ain't got no money, ain't got no honey. Just really plain sad. Jerry, are you okay? Are you okay, Jerry? Jerry, why so mad? Ain't got no money, ain't got no honey. Just really plain sad. Jerry, are you okay? Are you okay, Jerry?
Living life on the open road, ain't got no home, just a van for mine. Long beard hanging down, taking AMC, it's all about the line. No ties, no suit and tie, just dark circles round these tired eyes. Sipping coffee, crunching numbers, technically analyzing. Windows roll down, the wind in my head, I embrace the brick grind.
Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC with KC, where we buy, we hold, and we screw those edges. Screw 'em! That's right. This is where we like to fling poo and eat crowns for breakfast. Rock strong. Good morning, guys. The title for the day today, if I can get it up here. Let's see here. Fed rate cuts today, right? We got the Fed meeting minutes popping up here in 3 hours, 55 minutes, and 20 seconds from now. And then we had AMC's price moving exactly as it should with a earnings report yesterday. I don't know if you guys recall or not, but we'll cover this just so you can remember what it was that I had said about price movement. We were in a very long ascending broadening wedge, and what I had mentioned to you guys before was the way that this typically works is that price will continue to move up this ascending broadening wedge. At some point it will break out of this descending or this rising level of support here and meet the secondary touching point of that trading pattern, which is around $4.17. That's what I meant. That's what I told you this literally yesterday. I told you this was going to happen. And sure enough, we had our earnings report come in. The paperwork got released. Price dropped from our nice $4.80 that we had for a top yesterday, and we closed at $4.58. It dropped all the way down to exactly $4.15. $4, like 2 pennies off of what it was that I told you it would drop to. 2 pennies. 2 stinking pennies is how far it dropped off by. And then I told you that you had about a 62% chance that price would continue to rise even higher than where it had gone to in this ascending broadening wedge. And so price, sure enough, after finding that bottom of $4.15, started rising in the aftermarket hours. And we are now sitting at $4.46, ironically, which is only 2 pennies higher than what I gave for a price prediction yesterday of $4.44. I thought it was going to happen in the middle of the day yesterday, and I did not think that we would have the run-up we would have and that we would actually see the downwards momentum getting us down to that range and that we would close back up again around 444. So apparently it happened in the aftermarket hours and not during the trading time. So this is all very standard stuff, guys. Like these patterns play out. This is all an attempt to try and create emotions and have you feel a certain way. And every time you feel a certain way about price movement, you should ask yourself, why do I feel this way? What is it that I'm experiencing? Am I experiencing something that's supposed to make me feel a certain way about a certain something, or is this all just designed to try and get me to do something? Right? That's really what this is all coming down to. As always has been. How do they manipulate price to get you to have an emotion or a response? That's how they move markets. They need you to sell. They need you to sell. So they will move these prices in order for you to have a proper response that you're supposed to have when you have certain news hitting the market about your favorite stocks. That's it. Apex says, Casey, got to take into account for the 24-hour trading now, too. So the thing is that the prices really always did trade 24 hours, so to speak, kind of, sort of. It's not that you have to take account for it. That 24-hour trading just opens up, it opens up retail to be able to purchase and whatnot during more extended hours in the U.S. It's really been open up the entire time in Europe. Always. I mean, you could always go over to the Frankfurt Exchange and check out AMC's price in the aftermarket hours and see what was going on with it during times that we weren't trading here in the U.S. I don't think that really plays any impact at all. I don't think people are making massive amounts of trades during those periods of time. Not retail, and I don't think institutions are probably making big trades either. So, but anyways, emotions, guys. It's all about emotions. You know, you either give into your emotions and because of what's happening with price, or you don't. And yeah, it is what it is. This is exactly forming the exact way that as far as price structure goes here, this was forming the exact way that that this was supposed to go within 2 pennies of where I told you it was going to head to.
I don't know where the top's going to be on this. You can't. I don't know that there's necessarily a way for me to be able to tell you where a top. It should be higher than the 480 that we hit. And we also did break past 462 significantly, and I'm going to have to mark that down as a synthetic price failure reset at 462 because we did hit 480 yesterday, and it was a significant break past 462, and I'm going to have to count that. So let me put up that number real quick in my numbers. 480. Give me 1 second. I did not do this yet. That's a 19.1% increase in price from our low of $4.03, which resets the synthetic price failure. So let me move this. All right, so a new synthetic price failure would occur at $4.12. So they nearly triggered a synthetic price failure just alone yesterday in that 415 price point that they hit. Let me just make sure that's right. 415 for, let's put that in and just see. That should be right. It's close. That $4.15 from 480 was a 13.5% drop in price. And I said the next synthetic price failure should be at $4.12. It should actually be lower than that. I'm not sure. I'll have to look and see why my calculations are off on this. But that was a 13.5% drop from that 480. Real Rugged says, did you listen to the earnings call? Yeah, I did. I was over on Papa Mac's channel listening to it over there. I actually was passing in and out of pain. So the surgery that I had was way more extensive than I realized that it was. And I thought it was just like something really small. Since it's on my back, I didn't have a chance to see it because it was all bandaged up, and the first 24 hours is supposed to be covered. We took it off last night at around midnight before I was going to take a shower and clean it all up, and then and realized that this is like a 5 inches, 5 inches worth of an incision that was taken out of my back, and it's by far the largest one that I've ever had removed. Not, I mean, this one's like doesn't even this one was so big that it anything else that I've had done in the past was small in comparison. So I was not expecting that. I was kind of wondering, like, Melissa was taking the bandage off of me last night, and I almost passed out because I don't know. It didn't hurt too bad, but I just could feel like the air hitting the area, and it just made me feel like nauseous and want to like pass out. But I was listening, and it was a lot of pain. But I was listening to everything that was being said and everything. I know people are upset about the earnings report, but I think the one thing that you got to be really cautious about is that there's going to be a lot of people who are going to rush to not be happy about what's going on here in regards to the money that's being spent and in regards to the Go program that Adam Aaron talked about. And I think the problem is that everybody needs to step back for a second and say, like, wait a minute, what's really going on here? And not rush to conclusions, because I mean you don't know anything really yet. You haven't seen the documentation that's come out yet, and I would not rush to have emotional thoughts or opinions until you see the documentation as to what's really going to happen. That's really the the right thing to do, is to not be emotional about just what you think is going to happen and actually know facts. And then if you want to get emotional about the facts, that's a different story. So we got to see what's going to happen first here. I think having negative thoughts about a plan that hasn't even been put into place or fully disclosed to you is probably the worst thing you could do. Islander Dr. Moreau says, "You sure they didn't remove a kidney?" I'm telling you, dude. This the incision it's long. I think Melissa said she took a picture of it, but I'm gonna have to get a. I had no idea it was this. I mean, we were joking yesterday about getting a tramp stamp on my back, and it literally is like that long. It's nearly as long as a tramp stamp, so it's like it's big. Let's see here. Let's see. Donna says, "No way, Casey. Thank God you took care of it." Yeah, I know. I was really surprised, Donna. I didn't. I wasn't expecting that at all. Numbers. Bacon says Adam Aaron seemed to be hinting at more dilution in the meeting. Absolutely, I've fully anticipated that more dilution. I mean, look, we've still got we have plenty more debt that the company needs to be able to pay down, and I know for a fact that dilution's coming in the future. And if you're not ready for that, I don't know why you wouldn't be. That's pretty much primarily the best way for AMC to be able to pay off that debt. Here's the other thing, guys. I want you to remember. Look at GME for a second. Just step back from everything that you're hearing, everything that you're hearing from both the company, hearing from other people. Look at GME. Look at the fact that they've paid off their debt. Look at the fact that they have $5.5 billion in their coffers waiting to be spent on whatever it is that they want. In fact, that $5.5 billion in interest that's bringing into the company is keeping that company afloat right now, positive on their earnings reports. And I want you to think for just 1 second and say, like, what has that done for price? If anything, what has that done to price of GME as it sits there at $23.10? $23.10. The market cap is $10.31 billion. Cinemark is at $30.76 with a market cap of $3.76 billion. It's crazy. It's absolutely crazy. The idea that that GME would be at $23.10 with $5.5 billion in the coffers is absolutely ridiculous. This is not about this. What this is about fair pricing of a stock. That's what this is about. And when AMC does hit a fair price, I guarantee you there will be more dilution. Absolutely, 100%, unequivocally, there will be more dilution. And it's to pay off all that debt so they have no shorting thesis whatsoever. And even if they do have a shorting thesis, even if they don't have a shorting thesis, sorry, you are going to see the same thing happening as you see happening on GME, where price is not barely moving up the way it should. It's not. It's not going to move. It's just going to sit there. Why? They stand to lose everything here, guys. You have to understand this. They stand to lose everything by letting us win. This doesn't come from our winning doesn't come from what AMC's books looks like. It never had anything to do with that. Ever. It never had anything to do with how GME's books look like. Ever. Our thesis doesn't have anything to do with what AMC does with their money. And if you think it does, you're wrong. But it's a really good idea to try and get rid of that thesis if possible, because that's how you do get more investors to come and invest in the company. Let's take a look and see what we got going on in the numbers. I'm going to head over to the other screen. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are saying, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, and concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. Interesting. For some reason, I'm unable to log into my broker. Let's see what's going on here. Let me try this again. There we go. Two-factor authentication. If you don't have it, you may want to consider getting it, as it could prevent somebody from getting into your account that shouldn't be there. If you do sign up for that and your broker allows you to put in a secondary device to be able to receive access to your account, you might want to set that up, as you never know when something's going to happen to your primary device. It's always about having backups to backups to backups. Let's see here. Price predictions yesterday. Nana she was eligible for an extra bonus point if the price closed within 10 cents of her price prediction. We closed at 450. It needed to actually hit 460, I think, for her to be able to get to the bonus point, because she had 460. I'm sorry, I said 460. I think I meant to say 450. She had a 451. Oh no, she didn't. What did she have? Hold on a second, Nana. I got a copy and paste from yesterday. I didn't copy and paste it yet. Copy, paste, paste, paste. All right, so let's see here. I had a 444 price prediction. Nana, you had 424 was your bottom. So let's see, you had a 469 close. So 10 cents would have been 459. Yeah, 460 is what you would have had to have. So 469. So she just missed it by 1 penny. It was really actually 2 pennies, because she would have had to have 460. Somebody would have been closer at 468. Let's see here, 469. It was so close. Apex had 448. He's going several days in a row with the same price predictions. And then 450 it was for tech. So let me get I have to change one formula real quick here, and we get our price predictions for the week. Okay, here we go. In the lead for the week, tech is now in the lead. I think Apex was in the lead. Tech is in the lead with, he's off 29 cents for the week so far in his price predictions. Apex is in second with 32 cents. I'm in third with 41 cents, and Nana's in fourth with 49 cents. Those are the ranges for today. We got 2 days left here. Some of these numbers are pretty far apart. It's going to be, Nana and I are going to be struggling to try and get back into this race with Tech and Apex, but Apex and Tech are pretty close. We're going to have to, Nana, you and I, we're going to have to get a price prediction right today or tomorrow, I'm afraid. Unless we just somehow manage to get an extra bonus point elsewise. All right, glasses are on. Let's see, what do we got? Moving forward, we have short exempt volume. Short exempt volume on AMC was, oh, look at this monster number, 173.6 thousand shares. It's a lot higher than what we've been seeing. What did we have in volume yesterday? Yesterday in volume, we had a total of, and I was suggesting somewhere between 10 and 30 million shares traded yesterday. We had 23.9 million. Utilization, 27.44%. So we have an increase of utilization. Day-over-day price change. AMC was up 4.33% yesterday. Max pain. was 450 for the next 3 weeks on AMC. I would not expect to see any change to that. Max pain for this week is 450. Week ending 11/15 is 450, and week ending 11/22 is 450. So no changes. GME was max pain was 21 this week, 20 the next 2 weeks, and they closed at 23.10. So I'm still expecting that max pain for 21 to go up to at least 21.50, and I'll see how it doesn't do that today. It's still at 21. It's crazy. 11:15 is 20 still, and 11:22 is 20. So there's been no changes to max pain across the board on either AMC or GME this week. Absolutely nuts. Somebody's going to get crushed. We're either going to have to see this like massive drop on GME's price, or I'll have to look at the price pattern and see if there's some specific price movement in there that would suggest that there's going to be a big drop on price, because I don't know. 21? Jeez. Let's see here. Off exchange. Normal day, I would expect to see about 64% of our volume going through off exchange and EDGX combined. We had 60.57% of our volume going through off exchange. EDGX was at 6.17. The combined total in that 66.74%, or about 2.74% higher than what I would expect it to be. And yet we were still up 4.33. We could have been up even more had there not been as much suppression in price, or price loss, discovery of price lost to volume hitting those exchanges. LTSE was at 34.8 thousand shares. That's a very big number for LTSE. CHX was 2,727. I mean, that's a small number for CHX, but that 34,000 is a lot of shares being returned. Borrow fees. Oh man, there was a lot of shares borrowed yesterday. But they weren't borrowed until 2045, so I'm not going to be able to count it until today, because that's kind of the break-off time that I'm using right now, is 2045. I noticed that the market seems to be borrow those shares the day before they're used. So, and it could be partially that they're using the shares the next morning to deliver on. That's a certain possibility. It looks like since I had left yesterday, there was an additional 600,000 shares borrowed on top of the 200,000 that were already reported from IBKR. So we're looking at about 800,000 shares in total borrowed yesterday. And then at 2045, there was approximately 600,000 shares borrowed. Since then, another 100,000. So we're looking at 700,000 shares borrowed already for today. Fees are at 2.12%. There's 1.9 million available and a rebate of 2.71. Excuse me. I'm losing my voice here. Taking a look at GME. Exchange traded volume yesterday through LTSE was 18,834 shares. That is elevated. CHX volume 5,121. That's not very high. I'm looking for numbers over 30,000. Borrow fees for GME, when we left, there was about 300,000 shares borrowed yesterday. It looks like there may have been some additional shares borrowed. It looks like about 200,000. So maybe in total about 500,000 borrowed. Since 2045, there has been 1.2 million shares borrowed. That's a lot of shares being borrowed. Fees are at 0.39%. Available amount of shares to be borrowed is at 2.6 million with a rebate of 4.44. There's a lot of borrowing going on GME right now. Lots and lots of borrowing. Institutional ownership on AMC yesterday was reported at 121.851 million. Today is 121.862. 11,000 shares up. On GME, 103.636 was yesterday. Today is 103.693. Definitely some borrowing of some more shares, or buying of some more shares there. Take you guys over to the other page here. We'll move some screens around and take a look at the rest of the data. Today's a Sly Kitty day. Sly Kitty. If he wants to impact a certain target date, which would be tomorrow, he would have to make a position today for a T+1 settlement to start tomorrow. Highest amount of open interest yesterday on AMC was coming in at a $5 strike with 4.3 thousand contracts. Is that right? That seems so low. That doesn't seem right. There we go. 31.2 thousand contracts. I was looking at the wrong numbers. At a $5 strike, there was 31.2 thousand contracts. Today, there's 37,000 contracts. So we are seeing an increase of open interest at 5. Highest amount of put volume coming in at a $4 strike. Yesterday, there was it was 4.5. At 4.5, there was 5.3 thousand contracts, and you can see there's 6.5 now. So there's been an increase there. But again, the largest amount of volume at 4, and there's currently 7.2 thousand contracts in volume. So the market's targeting 450 price close by the end of this week, and that's exactly where Max Payne is. Let's take a look and see what we have here in open interest for the next 2 weeks. Still really, really shallow options chain on November 22nd. Highest amount of call volume and open interest yesterday, closest to strike on GME was at a $25 strike with 17.8 thousand contracts, and puts had the highest amount at 21, meaning the market's kind of targeting like a $23 strike for the end of the week, and it closed at $23.29 yesterday. Let's give this an update and see where it's at now. So we had some $25 calls close because there's only 16.7 thousand contracts there now. In regards to puts, the largest amount of puts, it looks like those did close as well. Some of them. There's 4.1 thousand contracts at 21 now. Market's still targeting that 23.5 close, or 23 close rather, and it's showing 23.10. With Max Payne at 21. Let's take a look at all the option contracts that are open for the next 2 weeks. Again, very shallow option chain for the week ending the 22nd. Vortex. Our utilization went back up, which means there was more than likely borrowed shares again. Considering the fact if somebody did go short on AMC yesterday, the price in the pre-market has already recovered most of what it lost on a closing price, and so somebody who went short yesterday would probably not make out as much as they would have if price had stayed down. But we did see utilization day over day increasing from 26.61% to 27.44%. So the on-loan amount's going to increase, more than likely, and it did. It went from 45.89 million shares to 48.72. I'm going to pull out a calculator this morning because I'm kind of tired still. 48, let's see here, 45.89 to 48.72. 2.83 million shares borrowed yesterday. That's more than likely going to cause the estimated short share interest of the free float to rise. And let's see how much new short interest was taken on yesterday, according estimated by vortex. They're showing an increase from 50.27 million shares to 50.74. So we're looking at 360,000 shares of new short interest. That's obviously going to drop or raise the estimated short share interest of the free float from 14.97 to 15.11. The on-loan average age per day should be dropping with this many new shares loaned. That's going to be 2 days in a row of dropping on-loan average age per day, which is one of the strongest indicators I know of that's usually predictive of future incoming price runs. But we need to find a bottom on this first and have at least 2 days of upwards momentum on this before we know that counter is going to start ticking. So, but it is definitely achieved 2 days in a row of downwards momentum on that on-loan average age per day. Security lending volume increased from 2.56 million to 3.75. GME, looks like utilization might have gone down a little bit. Yeah. Utilization dropped from 29.76% to 29.43%, small drop. On-loan amount dipped as a result from 48.31 to 47.85 million shares. The estimated short share interest of the free float fell from 8.47 to 8.44%. And the on-loan average age per day still rising from 56.86 days to 58.12. Security lending volume fell from 3.05 to 1.72. Oh, son of a gun, I messed up. Let's see here. Orders by Fidelity customers. AMC and GME are the only two I'm looking for on this list. Neither of which do I see on there. We'll know when retail has shown back up, has entered back into the race. And let's see here. We've got MMRI yesterday was at 290.85 and has dropped down to 287.20. So we're seeing a little bit of risk off overnight. The VIX is at 1565. I just want to mention that is a little bit on the low side from where the futures are suggesting. We didn't have a whole lot of difference between where the futures were suggesting the VIX was going to be heading versus where it was at yesterday. Now that we're starting to see that the VIX is overshot where the futures are at and a little bit lower, that means the VIX is going to be coming up, and that's going to be meaning that some stocks are going to start moving towards red. We didn't see all stocks moving green yesterday. In fact, the entire time that I was here talking with you guys, we actually saw very few we saw very few. What was I trying to say? I don't know what I was trying to say. We saw that there was still there wasn't a single period of time where I said that we were cooking with bacon grease, which means we saw more than 2,000 decliners in the marketplace, which means that there was only about 3 or thereabouts. I have written down here on my board almost 4,000 securities that were running green. And so I think that that's a possible shift that we're going to see today if the VIX does decide to correct itself. The spread between the 2-year and 10-year bond yields 0.185. Yesterday when I left, it was 0.177. So we're seeing a little bit of an increase on that. When we started out the week, it was 0.139, so definitely up. More of a spread. Of the Mag 7 this morning, 6 out of the 7 are green. Financial institutions that have changed more than 2.5% since yesterday's price movement. Now remember, we had yesterday I would only read off institutions that had not changed more than 2.5% up, because almost all of them were just trending like massively upwards. Coinbase is down 4.13%. I'm not going to be doing that this morning, as there is some that are down this morning. It doesn't look like I'm going to be reading off anything else. It's just that one. Gold is currently up 0.81 and trending up. Silver is up 1.17, trending up. Ethereum Classic is down 1.51, trending down. The US dollar is down 0.46, trending down. Oil is currently down 0.83 and trending down. SPY is up 0.19, gapped up in pre-market this morning and is on a very slight trend upwards, but it looks like it's trying to break that trend currently after hitting one of my Fibonacci retracement levels of 592 in the pre-market, which would be an all-time high here that we just hit at 593.05. Tesla is down 0.49, was trending upwards and is now starting to move down. Amazon is up 0.19, trending up. Cinemark is up 0.75. Off of 4 shares traded so far, not really enough data to consider a trend yet. Doge is down 2.83, trending down. Bitcoin is down 0.1, and may still be consolidation here. It's still an uptrend. Hasn't broken it just yet. It's getting close. GME is down 0.09 and trending up. HYMC is up 1.75 and is on low volume, making a trend up. NCMI is up 1.84, also on low volume, making a trend up. Hood is down 1.76. It gapped down at pre-market open. Came back up a little bit and is consolidating currently. AMC is down 3.71 in the pre-market this morning with a gradual trend upwards. Order flow yesterday, there was approximately $1.2 million more outflow than inflow. Volume this morning, we had just about I want to say it was 200,000 shares traded in volume, because we had 180,000 in our pokey stick, and then another additional like 20 or so thousand having gone into that moment with that volume already. So we had just about 200,000 shares traded by that time. So a little bit less volume in the pre-market this morning than there was yesterday. I will probably be sticking with my 10 to 30 million share traded day, but I can almost guarantee you they're going to try and stomp this down the volume as much as possible. So there's a very good chance it might be on the very low end of my 10 million, meaning like 11 or 12. I think I told you guys 12 million is what I was anticipating yesterday, and we ended up having a lot more than that. So it was kind of nice to see the 24 million that we traded. It was like double what I thought we were going to have, but it was still within that 20 million range that I give myself. But I am expecting less volume today than we had yesterday for sure. On a 4-hour time interval, there's currently more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 47.92. Let's see here, 47.92, which is pretty much, it just went up to 48.22. It's average, pretty right down the middle. On a 1-hour time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 47.38, which is just slightly below average. On a 30-minute time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 49.57, which is average. And on a 5-minute time interval, more more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 49.73, which is average. So we got a lot of RSI that's like right down the middle, meaning price could go either direction. There's no real indication as to which way price is going to go. I do want to look at each one of these time charts here with the TTM squeeze just so we can see momentum. Right now, it looks like there's downwards momentum on a 4-hour. There was upwards momentum, and then it just kind of fizzled out with that move in the after hours. 1-hour chart showing strength. 30-minute time interval showing signs of strength. 50-minute time interval showing signs of weakness. So on a longer time frame, we are showing strength right now. On a 1-hour Ichimoto, yesterday I said we needed to close above 450. We hit 458. Not bad. The problem is this big drop right here that they did. And that probably, I'm sure, had to have scared off a lot of aftermarket hour investors. There, you could also see that there's a green cloud that was forming up ahead. Price is trying to break back up above that green cloud. There is thinning red cloud going into tomorrow's trading, which is Friday. It's a very thin cloud on both sides. There's really not anything keeping price from going above or below the cloud at any given point in time. I mean, it's just so thin, it's not going to stop price movement. Lagging line is above price line, conversions below base. We want to see lagging line stay above price line, which means that at some point or another today, we want to see 460 or higher. So there's going to be a little bit of a problem with that, right? Like that lagging line is going to run into price line more than likely, because I don't think that we're going to be hitting that 460 price point today. But if we do hit it, that'll be definitely sending buy signals for sure. And if we can close out the day above 462, it would be ideal. So I'm going to write down 460 is the number that we want to see for buying pressure kicking in. That's up 10 cents from where it was yesterday on the 1-hour. And would it be in agreement with yesterday's number for the 4-hour? So let's check out the 4-hour now. All right, so here's the move here. The 4-hour has not officially... the 4-hour has not officially broken the green cloud yet. In order for this to break the green cloud, we would need to see price moving... over the next, including today, over the next 5 trading days, price would need to drop and stay below 440 for a close. Well, actually, it doesn't have to be for a close. At any given 4-hour time interval, as long as it closes underneath 440, would meet the criteria of breaking past this green cloud here. Lagging line is below price line, conversions right on top of base. There's nothing in here that really screams buy signal to me. And in fact, whenever you're inside the cloud, the Ichimoto rule is you don't do anything. That's a point of uncertainty. Now, anybody who would have been short-term investors looking into getting into this would have seen sell signals a long time back in this range in here. So if they're still in it, this is kind of one of those points where the market's going to have to decide, is it going to go down or is it going to go up here? Because it's a point of indecision when it's inside the cloud like it is. There is a lot of green cloud left here. If it was to break below $4.40, that should be a very bearish signal that would be sent off in the market. And to send off a bullish signal today, we need to get this lagging line back up above price line, which is going to be about 450 again. I don't think that's going to... 450 is not going to cause the conversion to get above the base, which is okay, but it will get price above the cloud. It'll get the lagging line above price line, and we should see some positive momentum pressure on buying pressure at 450. So I'm actually going to drop the 4-hour to 450, and because it was 460 yesterday. We have price, this little lowering in price back here makes it easier for price to run at 450. Send buying signals. Yeah, so about a 10-cent difference between the 1-hour and 4-hour. We are getting increased volume on a day where we close positive. That's good. If we can get the same, if we can get volume today above 15 million shares, if we can get above 12, if we can get above 12 million in volume today, and we see a positive close in price, which means that we would need to close at 459 or higher, that would be extremely bullish, because it would mean that we would have at least another day or two worth of buying pressure to kick in. And with that, I yield the rest of my time to the back of the big tramp. Let me head over there. Yes, Petro says, are the clouds thinning because we have been stuck in the price in a certain price range for so long? So as I pull this back out to the 1 hour, and you can look at where we've been at in price for the lagging period of time here, going back to about 1028. You've got in periods of days, you've got about let's see, we're getting close to 2 weeks worth of time, kind of trading in a price range in anywhere between like 430 to somewhere right around like 460. So like a 30-cent price range on price movement. And absolutely, that always is what causes very, very thin clouds to form. You get thicker clouds when you have longer periods of sustained movement in one direction. So absolutely. So this longer sustained move upwards here, you can see creates these periods of time where there's like these big clouds that form. Let me get the in regards to a price prediction for myself. Now, I had drawn initially, and I kind of pulled the box down a little bit. I initially had drawn a box right here for kind of somewhere in this time frame, and I know it's a really big time frame. It's not like it was like massively awesome to predict such a huge time range of like anywhere from 1029 to 1111 as a point at where we would see price breaking out of this ascending broadening wedge. But indeed, it did happen inside that box, and so I'm going to delete it now. And I drug the box down a little bit because I didn't want to have it showing up on the chart. So I'm going to go ahead and delete this box. Like I said, 62% chance at seeing price go higher than the last previous high that we had at 480 from this signal, and we are trending back upwards after hitting that $4.15. 415? Yeah, 415. I mean, it's like this is like a textbook pattern. So we should be seeing higher highs. I think in general today, I'm expecting rates to get cut. I think that will probably lead towards positive momentum in the marketplace in price movement across the board. Let me just look at something real quick here. I know the VIX is trading at 1566 currently, with futures suggesting that it should be around, we didn't actually look at this, I don't think, earlier, 1603. So the VIX at some point is going to go up. The question is when. Because right now it's trading low. 1560. It's not trading too much lower. 1566 versus 16. It's very little. There might be a momentary period of time where the VIX travels up and you see the market go down a little bit. We have the Nikkei is down 1.93% this morning. Hang Seng's up 3.2, and the Nifty 50 is down 1.24. Let's see here. Our markets are mixed. Some things are down as much as 0.24. Some things are up as much as 0.4. So it just kind of depends on what you're looking at. Let me look at the sectors real quick here. I'm kind of curious what sectors are doing what today. It looks like our down sectors for the day today is definitely finance. Finance is the worst one of the bunch, but it's not even that bad. what's doing really well? Utilities, technology. Hmm. Trying to get an idea for where I want to predict price today. I feel like 449. All the gap fillers are going to suggest that there's a gap that probably needs to be filled somewhere between 422 and 432. Primarily at 428. I don't see the market moving that direction today, though. I say we retest. Yeah, I think that 449 is not a bad prediction. I'm going to go for that. Actually, I'm going to go 451. So I'm going to go 406 to 486. Is that right? 45. Yeah, that's right. 406 to 486. Let me see what see if I've got any. I don't have any messages in yet for the other guys. So let me head over to the back of the big tramp and there we go, men. Let's see here. El Doge got who got you, Del Doge? Somebody somebody got you. Buzzin' Buzzman says apparently the December 20th GME call open interest is climbing drastically. Ryan G, I see you twice. Let's see here. What happened? What happened with the VIX? Let's see here. Oh yeah. I mentioned it earlier when I was doing the numbers, but I didn't show it to you guys. This is where we stand on the T plus 35. We're getting very, very close to a target date, which is going to be tomorrow. But today is Sly Kitty and Ice Cream Day. Some of y'all may have seen my tweet from 2 days ago where there was a handshake and peanuts. That's where we're at on the timeline. But today, based on historical trends, Kitty, if he's trying to hit his target like he typically does, Kitty should be making or completing a position that would end today, so that it would be starting the T plus 35 date starting tomorrow. So whether or not we get a message from him ending Friday afternoon or over the weekend, I have no idea if that's going to be the case or not, but he does have a target date set up for this Friday. Yes, rate cut today for sure. And if he's going to be making his or finalizing his position today, what a day to be doing that on. He couldn't have targeted a better day. Because you can only imagine that when the rates do go up, all the algorithms are going to act accordingly, and they're going to more than likely cause everything to start running. Novocaine, welcome. Good to see you. Apex says, you'll be shocked to know, but for the 10th day in a row, I'm feeling a close of 448 going 403 to 493. I will not change your numbers. Shocking. Oaks Way Recordings, top of the morning to you as well. Ryan G. Ryan G is me, Roseanne. Ryan is my son. Why is this happening? Help. You somehow switched to his account. IA says, FFS, Casey, go for $5 already. Well, I can't. I got to predict what I see. Morning, Pirate. Top of the day to you. Top of the morning.
Good morning.
It's not top of the day. It's top of the morning. It's not even really top of the morning. It's just kind of high. AMC needs to keep working through underperforming locations and get out of those leases and cut those operational expenses. Well, I'll just reiterate it again. No matter what AMC does to improve or not improve is not going to change our price. It's not. It has no effect. We can see that very plainly and clearly with GME, with $5.5 billion sitting in their coffers, having positive spreadsheets on their income and on their earnings reports, and nothing in regards to price improvement. And we all know why that is. Any kind of price improvement is going to absolutely wreck institutions that have been shorting GME. So don't expect that to change for AMC at all. Mick says the Swedish government lowered rates today by 0.5. Let me pull up. I haven't ran the numbers. It was the last time I looked at the Fed rate cut. It was 97.5% chance at a 25 bips, and there was previously, I feel like a chance that they were looking at 50 basis points, but there's not even a percentage of a chance right now showing up. Let me rerun this report and see if it's changed at all. So remember the percentage is 97.5. 97.5. Two hours, 57 minutes, and 5 seconds. And it's a 99.3% chance at a 25 basis point cut. So it's gone up. There is now, believe it or not, a chance at a 50 basis point cut of 0.7%. The remaining chance is for 50 points. Hey, hon, did you say you took a picture of my back? Okay. No, I meant last night. Okay.
I think I said I could, but then you were gonna faint.
You were talking about that. I think, Pirate, you may have been the one mentioning a tramp stamp for me or something like that. I can't remember if that was you or if it was Yucca, but...
Oh, that was Yucca. Yeah, I'm talking
Yeah.
about you getting you wanted your scar to be integrated into a tattoo.
Yeah.
he pointed out that would make it a tramp stamp, and I did pile on and say that a butterfly would be nice, but that was the limit of my involvement in that.
So we took the bandaging. You're supposed to keep the bandaging on for 24 hours and keep it dry. So we took it off at around midnight last night, and I got in the shower, hopped into the shower, and to wash it all off. And so obviously, being on my lower back, I can't see it at all. There's no way for me to really see it. And so I'm like just kind of touching around, and I put my thumb on one end of the scar that I could feel, and then my middle finger on the other end of it. And it was just exactly the amount of space that it was just comfortable to just hold my fingers as wide apart as I possibly can, in a U shape. So, for example, if you can see this, like if this is my chin, that's how long that scar is. It's like from my chin to my eyebrows. I was like, I was surprised. I was very, very surprised. I did not realize that it was that big. Somebody this morning joked around that did they take my kidney? It certainly feels like the incision was big enough to be able to do that. I had no idea it was that big. So, I guess what I'm saying is that would be one dang huge butterfly.
Just anything but blue raspberry is fine.
We got about 25 minutes more before we open up the market. And let me see if I have Apex's numbers. Nana's coming in with a 441 close today. She's doing 396 to 486. Nana, I forgot to ask you. I feel like I did it right last week. Was it last week or was it this week? Let me look here. Oh, yeah. It was 11/4. So that would have been, I think, Monday morning. Monday morning, you sent me a message and said you wanted to do 561 for a close. But I pretty much had guessed that you meant to say 461. So I changed it for you. I know after the fact you probably will be like, yeah, that's definitely what I meant. So I just went ahead and changed it. But if that's not what you meant, then let me know.
Grub, you know what they say, man. If you can't handle me at my worst, then you don't deserve me at my best. But thanks for the kind words. Yeah,
Melissa
every day
always says that.
is a new one.
She says that's
What's
a
that, Casey?
She says that's a Marilyn Monroe quote.
It's a chick. Yeah, it's a chick thing. Yeah, I read it off the internet somewhere along the line. It's obviously not a piratism. But I was, let's just say I was less than pleasurable to be around after the earnings call last night. I vented, got it out of my system. Time we move on, move forward. Couldn't change anything. Just a drunken pirate on the internet.
You weren't drunk. You were high, maybe, but
it paints a picture, though. It's an accurate description.
Yeah. Although those F-bombs were just were just piling out, though. I was there. I was listening. I just didn't have anything to say because I was in a lot of pain at the time. I
figured as much. I knew you were recuperating.
I was in so much pain last night. There was like one point where I stood up from the couch because I literally felt like somebody was stabbing me.
I probably embarrassed myself to some extent, but the point of the matter is I'm a really good businessman, as evidenced by the success that I enjoy in my life. I know what I'm doing. I've done it very well. And when I see people making mistakes, it aggravates me, but I need to keep myself in check because it doesn't matter. I'm starting to realize that none of us matter. Like I said, we're just fleas riding on the back of an elephant.
Nutsack. I thought for
Yeah,
sure
the
you were
nut
going to
sack.
go there.
I like that.
Nutsack
Yeah, we're fleas riding on the nut sack. Yeah,
of an elephant.
a
Yeah.
big bull. There's a big bull in the pasture, and we're just riding on his bag. Yeah.
Sweat and all.
Yep. Blowfly, the black flies. Yeah, exactly.
Matthew Coughlin. There's no way to know for sure exactly. But the amount of shares available to be borrowed. I mean, you can. There's a couple different ways you can derive that number, and I think the way that I would probably derive a number for shares available to borrow I would actually take the utilization and I'd reverse calculate how many shares are available based off the current utilization rates. Because if you just go to like IBKR, for example, IBKR is only reporting 1.9 million shares available to be borrowed. Now, of course, that's just one reporting agency for borrowable shares. There's plenty more, and our utilization is representative of. I'm looking at it right now. 27.44% utilization, meaning that there's a ton of shares available to be borrowed. So keep that in mind. There's plenty of shares to be borrowed.
What's up, guys?
What's going on?
How you guys doing? Things are looking spicy, so I'm starting to lose sleep again.
Spicy. Let's see here. 48.72 divided by 0.2744. I love this. All
It
right,
was
so
nice seeing.
go ahead.
Oh, sorry, Casey.
No,
I'm
no,
sorry.
go. No, please tell the story.
I was just gonna say it was nice seeing volume come in yesterday. Finally.
Yeah, I felt the same way. In the pre-market in the morning when I woke up and I saw that volume, I was like, yes, finally.
Yeah.
Yeah, that does excite me too. To answer that question in regards to how many shares are available to be borrowed, utilization is sitting at 27.44%. The total amount of shares on loan being reported this morning is 48.72 million shares. So to figure that out, you would take 48.72 divided by 0.2744, and it comes out to 177.55 million shares. Subtract out the 48.72, and it comes out to 128.83 million shares left available to borrow. So quite a few. The interesting thing about that, though, remember the 177 million shares available to be borrowed, or not available to be, 177 total. Get this. How many shares are owned by institutions right now being reported? It's only 121.8 million. So either institutions have bought a crap ton more shares than what's being reported currently, or they're loaning out way more than what it is that they're saying that they have. There's only two ways you can take it, or it could be both. Did cost to borrow go up? The cost to borrow has been very slightly dropping, I think, over time. Let me see if there's data to back this up. Yeah, there is. Let's see here. So right now, fees for IBKR at least is showing 2.12. But really, what you're looking for is going to be over here. Actually, let me refresh this real quick. And this is going to be kind of like an average number that's being reported out that Vortex collects, and then kind of gives like an average number. So let me pull it up here. Give me a second. and there's your more recent cost to borrow. So it's kind of been like, more recently it was in the kind of like the 1.1 range and has gone up very, very little. So if you look back here in February and March, we were kind of running like the same kind of numbers, similar. And then all of a sudden it started jumping up a whole bunch. And I think the same thing can be said for GME as well. Their numbers have been flatlined on cost to borrow. But I don't see cost to borrow. The one thing that I would stress here is that cost to borrow is never a leading indicator as to when price is going to move. You can see here that cost to borrow is flatlined at around 2.3, 2.4 leading into the move going into, and you can see the very first 2 or 3 days cost of price movement running upwards, starting on May 2nd, May 3rd, and May 4th. Cost to borrow didn't do crap in regards to a leading indicator for that. If you want a leading indicator as to when price is going to move, you need to be watching on loan average age per day. That's the big signal. Because look at this. I mean, you can see the on loan average age per day dipping like pretty massively, and then all of a sudden a big huge rise in on loan average age per day, leading into, and it literally is like a week or two before it starts shooting up before price ever even moves. So what is on loan average age per day doing right now? Same thing, same exact thing as what it was doing back here, shooting way up. So if you're looking for a leading indicator to price movement, then you should be looking not at cost to borrow, because that's lagging. On loan average age per day on AMC. I'm still waiting, Nana, on tech. Quack, quack, good morning. Thorbladed, good morning.
Good morning.
Yeah, good morning, guys. Sorry, I should have started with that.
That's okay. Gobbin Knobber says, hey, you're back. Did you stream somewhere else while YouTube had pulled the ban hammer against you? And as Pirate said, Twitch. Yes. Twisty Swifty's thrown in a just in case prediction there. I will use that Twisty Swifty at 4:52 if tech doesn't show. I will send him a message. So Matthew, on loan average age per day doesn't affect price. I'm talking about leading indicators that tell you when price is going to move. And what on loan average age per day is simply a snapshot of the amount of age of positions that are on loan. When institutions stack on, so if you think about this for a second, if you always, whenever you want to know answers to questions, always put yourself in the shoes of the person who it is that you want to understand what it is that they're doing. If you were going to short AMC and you knew price was going to start to run, you would want to do what? You would want to get rid of as many loan positions as possible. Now, if the price is already low, you're not going to be able to get rid of, and you haven't gotten rid of really old positions, and you're going to be dumping off your newest loaned positions, because those are the ones that are easiest to get rid of, because more than likely the price is lower than where you got those positions at, and you can get rid of those. Not a problem. You can find shares really easily and just get rid of those, close those out, no big deal. But if you haven't made money on some of those older positions that you have open, then you're going to end up seeing on loan average age per day spiking, right? So if on loan average age per day is spiking, when do you start seeing on loan average? Why would you suddenly start seeing on loan average age per day start dropping? When somebody starts borrowing back a bunch of shares because they know price is about to run and they need to borrow shares to control price. They have to have shares to be able to control price. So they start borrowing, and that's when you see a sudden dip, a huge sudden dip in on loan average age per day because they have to borrow back shares again to be able to control that price. So that's the reasoning behind why things happen with on loan, or why on loan average age per day is such a good indicator to look at in regards to what's actually happening versus things like cost of borrow, which are lagging indicators to what's actually happening. So if I borrow shares today, when are you going to find out cost of borrow is going up? Tomorrow. You don't find out today. You find out tomorrow. So it's a lagging indicator. Terrible, terrible indicator to be looking at for understanding why price movement is happening the way that it's happening. Because then you're always guessing what's going to happen in the future without actually knowing, because cost of borrow is going to do something that you don't know what it's going to do next. There you are, Roseanne. You got it back.
Oh, you messed me. I had her. I was going to get her going. I was going to tell her to still show you Ryan on all the screens.
Sorry.
You ruined that for me, Casey. Oh well.
Sorry. I'm sorry. You should have jumped.
No,
you should
no
have been
worries.
like, hey, you should have
No,
just
it's
jumped
too
in there and be
fast.
like,
I was trying to type real fast. I screwed it up with her. Hello, Roseanne.
Yeah, Matthew says, I was just asking because they were shorting yesterday. Yeah. Yes, they were. Absolutely, they were. And here's the crazy part about the borrowing of shares that were taken on yesterday. Those are going to cause the on loan average age per day to drop, right? That's the scenario that I just talked about. Literally yesterday, they started borrowing a bunch of shares, and so if we look and see the on loan average age per day started dropping all of a sudden, right? Like we've been doing nothing but maintaining this like upwards momentum on loan average age per day, where we got up to 56.19. Now, over the last 2 days, they started borrowing a bunch of shares because this number started, well, it could be one of two things, right? What drops the on loan average age per day? Either you close really old positions or you borrow a bunch of brand new shares. Those are the only two ways that you could possibly have on loan average age per day drop. So it has to be a combination of that. Well, what happened during that period of time? Well, you can pull up the on loan amount and you can see right here. Sure as shit, they started borrowing a bunch of shares right around the same time. Now the question becomes, did they also close out older positions? And we can find that out. That is absolutely possible. Give me 1 second. On loan average age per day returned. Huh. It didn't spike. The average age of shares that were returned over the last couple of days has not been high. It's been low. So what's the average age of new shares? It's not really spiking either. What's the on loan returned amount? Are we seeing a bunch of loans being returned? No. Are we seeing a bunch of shares being purchased? Yes. That's obvious in the on loan amount increasing. So we just have, the only thing that's really impacting on loan average age per day right now is simply the fact that there's somebody out there borrowing a bunch of new shares. And we saw, they knew that somebody felt that they knew that the price was going to suddenly drop off of the earnings report. So they borrowed a bunch of shares, shorted the price, and the question is what did they short price to? And are they going to get to it? Are they going to get to it, or are they going to have to close short? Because now you've got the Fed coming in with a 25 basis point cut today, which should make most prices of everything in the market start to head up. So is somebody going to get locked into their position here? Probably. Hope that's a fair explanation. Only if they are. Call and put contracts are borrowed positions only if they are borrowed. So I would say no initially, because you could have a naked short. So it could be a naked position. So it doesn't necessarily have to be borrowed, but it could be. But it's probably really difficult to tell. I don't think you could just. I don't know of a way that you can just go out and look and see whether or not somebody who's creating call or put contracts could potentially have a naked position. I have no way of knowing. I know that if somebody's borrowing a bunch of shares, though, and you see a lot of contracts that are being created during that period of time, there's a very strong chance that potentially that those are borrowed positions. That's a short. But naked shorting is against the law. and yet all the time we see these ex-institutional investors who, hedge fund investors who come in and talk about, like, on a daily basis we would always just, we would just create a naked short position. And they talk about it. They're like, we did it on a daily basis. That's normal for us. It's business. Oh, we got caught. It's a fine. But we made so much more. We made millions. We paid thousands. Yeah, Novocaine says, but not always against the law. So actually, he's correct. He's very correct. There's actually market makers are tasked with especially during times of low liquidity, they are actually tasked with. That's exactly what short exempt volume is. It's a naked short. It's a naked position on somebody that haven't borrowed a position. They owe those shares in the future, and market makers are absolutely tasked with making a market with naked positions. So. We say that it's against the law, but there's actually situations to where it's forced. Petra says, did you see that a certain chip company is asking the Supreme Court to not allow them to be sued? I did. Craziness. And it's time to get this market open. Let's do this. I completely lost track of time. I did not see Tech write a message. Yes, he did. Tech wrote me a message. 444 for today. He's going with the same price prediction I had yesterday. Let's do this. I'll see you guys on the other side of market open.
When the night's getting cold, you're needing a shoulder. Puff out your chest and be a little bolder. All we do is we buy and hold. There will be shills who wanna steal your thrills. There will be friends who hold till the end. There will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedges are dead. Panic and fear really are near, but it's not ours to own. We have shown that all we do is buy and hold. Oh, there will be shills those hedges are dead. So when the night's getting colder, you're needing that shoulder, these apes got your back. We got each other. All we do is we buy and hold.
Shove up that deck, get off my neck. Content strike, ain't got me a check. Rope a dope so, oh ha ha. Jerry was so mad, ain't got no money, ain't got no honey. Just really plain sad. Jerry, are you okay? Are you okay, Jerry? S-T-D, touchdown, had to let you go. Over leverage with compliance and shame. Touch yourself, cause you got no game. And say, why are you so mad? Oh, ha ha. Jerry, why so mad? Ain't got no money, ain't got no honey. Just really plain sad. Jerry, are you okay? Are you okay, Jerry? Touchdown, had to let you go. Over leverage with compliance and shame. Touch yourself, cause you got no game. Then say, why are you so mad? Oh, 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 ha, oh. Jerry, why so mad? Ain't got no money, ain't got no honey. Just really plain sad. Jerry, are you okay? Are you okay, Jerry? Jerry, why so mad? Ain't got no money, ain't got no honey. Just really plain sad. Jerry, are you okay? Are you okay, Jerry? S-T-D, touchdown, had to let you go. Over leverage with compliance and shame. Touch yourself, cause you got no game. And say, why are you so mad? Oh, ha ha. Jerry, why so mad? Ain't got no money, ain't got no honey. Just really plain sad. Jerry, are you okay? Are you okay, Jerry? Jerry, why so mad? Ain't got no money, ain't got no honey. Just really plain sad. Jerry, are you okay? Are you okay, Jerry? Jerry, why so mad? Ain't got no money, ain't got no honey. Just really plain sad. Jerry, are you okay? Are you okay, Jerry?
Living a life on the open road, ain't got no home, just a van for mine. Long beard hanging down, taking AMC, it's all about the line. No ties, no suit and tie, just dark circles round these tired eyes. Sipping coffee, crunching numbers, technically analyzing. Windows roll down, the wind in my head, I embrace the brick and grind. That's my castle, roots my kingdom, no place else I wanna be. AMC ticker keeps on rolling, stock charts and patterns unfolding. Fear and greed, bulls and bears, it's a wild ride, I'm all inside. All ticker in my sights, AMC's
Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC with KC, where we buy, we hold, and we screw those hedges. Screw them! That's right. This is where I like to fling poo and eat crowns for breakfast. Rock strong. Good morning, guys. The title for the day today, Fed rate cuts, AMC price moving exactly as it should with the earnings report. Yesterday I mentioned to you guys that we were in an ascending, broadening channel with the price movement that we had, and I told you that as soon as we broke this level of support yesterday, that we would see likely price dropping very, very quickly to drop outside of that ascending, broadening wedge. And sure enough, the point at which I told you that we needed to hit in order to complete this trading pattern was going to be kind of around this I think I said 417 price point. We ended up, notice back here that the lowest value was 415 outside the wedge. But I had drawn the wedge based off of this touching point here. But 415 was the value that it needed to touch. And sure as shit, yesterday in the aftermarket hours, 415. Now, what does this trading pattern tell us? It tells us that usually there's a 62% chance that when price comes down and tests that 415 price point, 415, 417 price point, that there's a 62% chance at price going back up and reaching higher highs than where it had previously reached, meaning $4.80 or better. So, as of right now, you're seeing price movement was in the aftermarket hours once we had hit that 415, trading upwards and then started consolidating a little bit right around 443. Today we have the FOMC Fed meeting minutes that are going to come in here and tell us whether or not we're getting 25 basis points. And it's a 99.3% chance that we're going to see 25 bips on today's Fed rate decrease. So more than likely, stocks are going to start moving up at some point or another. And I'm expecting to see a continuing move on price on AMC. And I think that this current move to go down to $4, and I don't know if I had to guess, I'm just looking at volume movement in here, and I mentioned to you earlier this morning, the gap fillers are going to suggest that there's a gap that needs to be filled at 421 to 433 this morning. That's probably what we're seeing right now, is a little bit of a gap fill, maybe between those price ranges, somewhere between, like I said, 421 to 433, somewhere right around that price range. There might be some gap filling going on, but I am expecting price to continue to move back upwards as we got confirmation of that 415 test in the aftermarket hours yesterday, and a continued movement upwards afterwards. So I do think that there's still going to be that chance of seeing that price movement to higher highs of than 480, and we've already broken 462 with that move that we had yesterday. 462, what is that? Synthetic price failure reset. We reset that this morning, and I plugged in my numbers to reflect that move, and we would need to see give me a second here, I got my numbers all jacked up. We would need to see a move down to $4, and why is this not showing up right? I'm not sure what's wrong with, hold on a second, guys, I screwed up my my chart here. Hold on a second. Dang it. I hate it when I screw up my charts. I forgot I can't do that. Son of a gun. All right, there we go. I fixed it. All right, looks like $3.86 would be a new synthetic price failure based off of that top of $4.80. Let me just verify this information real quick here just to make sure I fixed my formula. I hate it when I screw stuff up. Undo. Yeah, 19.6. Yeah, that's correct. So $3.86 would be a new synthetic price failure. The times where I feel like I see those hit the most often is when synthetic price failure aligns with an SSR day where we're kind of scheduled to hit trip or be very close to tripping SSR. As it stands right now, SSR tripping point is at $4.12 on AMC. Those do not align, obviously. So those are not. I mean, the number that the value that I just gave you was a much lower number. So what did I say? 380. Yeah, 386 is where that synthetic price failure starts. So those do not align. I would not expect to see a price trigger hit. $4.12 would certainly give institutions that are shorting more ammunition. So maybe expect to see that tagged very briefly. It looks like they tried to hit that at market open, but only got to 422. I am going to move my red line down to that new synthetic price failure. This is the old synthetic price failure that we ended up having at 422. I am going to move this down to that 386 value that I just mentioned, just so we know where the new number is at. So it looks like we're moving down. We have that FOMC meeting, like I stated, in 2 hours, 19 minutes, and 20 seconds. So we're going to have some volatility here in the beginning. Probably trying to price in that move that's going to happen when the Feds do cut or announce the cut to rates. Let me go back to the back of the big tramp. I am now back in the back of the big tramp again. And volume levels should be good. Good morning, Yogi Bear. And let me put the Bollinger Bands back up here. There we go. We have been crawling all over the Bollinger Bands this morning. Typically speaking, that usually means the price is not going to continue to follow the continued movement downwards before testing, at least not until before testing the simple moving average again. So we're seeing a lot of downwards momentum being applied to AMC right now. And my guess is that there's probably a lot of $4 puts that probably want to close out. If any of the 450s do start closing, like if we start seeing price start rising back up to retest something like this simple moving average, you can almost be guaranteed that those 450 puts with them expiring in 1 day from now are going to absolutely just want to close. So there's going to be a super big attempt here to try and get the most value as possible out of those 450 puts before closing them. And for every penny that this goes down, that's more value in their pocket. So they're going to want to see this go down as much as possible before closing those out. Once those puts at 450 start closing, we're going to start seeing that price rising back up again. Twisty Swifty, nice one. Wesley, the nuts are. I did not have an operation on my nuts. They're doing just fine. My back, on the other hand, yeah, that's a whole different story. Completely different story. For those of you who weren't here earlier this morning, we took off. I can't see. It's on my back in a spot to where I can't see it. We took the Band-Aids off last night. I went to go take a shower, and I got in there, and I was just kind of like, I'm supposed to wash it and soap it up. So I'm doing that, and then I'm kind of feeling like one edge of the scar, and I'm going like, I'm kind of expecting, like this is the normal size. Whenever I get the procedure done, that's usually about the size of the incision, which is I don't know. If I were to hold it up to my face, it's like the bottom of my nose to my eyebrow, right? Like it's usually an incision that's that long. So I was like, I was feeling around with my middle finger, and I felt one edge of it, and then I touched the other side. It ended up being this big, right? And I'm sitting there going like, it's like to my chin to my eyebrow, and so it's like it's more than twice the size of a normal procedure that I would have, and so I was quite surprised to feel that or last night when I was checking it out. Um, it certainly explains why I was feeling like crap yesterday, even more than usual. But no, I have not done a tramp stamp yet. Yet. I probably will not be getting one of those. It's the closest I'm getting to one ever. Apex says a 450 put breaks even at 423. Yeah, definitely no attaboys today, Petro. Yesterday when I got done streaming, my back was just on fire, and I suffered. I went till 11 yesterday. I probably won't go that long today because I do have to work today. So, and I found that Tylenol is a savior. Louis Soto says volume is nice. It is nice, right? We want to see volume. Of course, when price is moving down, you don't really want to see larger amounts of volume, but I don't think we're going to move down all day today. But I could be wrong. We got about 15 more minutes before I take a look at the numbers. The JJ, good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Do you feel slighted because your name's Jerry?
Yes.
Yeah. Do you feel like I need to create a new song just for you to make you feel better?
No, because if I say anything, then Pirate will lay in and say, play it more. And I know how that works. So
Man, I saw you in chat, and I was gonna hook you up with your walk on song, but Cindy Lauper's "Girls Just Want to Have Fun" gets a content strike. So
Oh man.
I've always leaned into it.
yeah.
Well, I feel like Papa Mac would probably be on board. Like if I were to create a quick little ditty and lyrics, I'm sure he could probably put something together for you. Because I'm sure we can include like a Brandon shout out and or Brad shout out.
Damn Brad.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, we could do a Brad shout out with his convertible.
The tragedy of the moonlight skate.
Yeah. That's right.
You know, I'm not going to laugh. I was getting some chicken fingers here in Minneapolis when the song came on, and hence I started typing. I actually like the beat. I wish we could combine Yucca's my walk-on song from Yucca with that beat. I actually found myself going, it's a pretty good beat. Jerry, you have no money. Jerry, you're a loser.
Oh man. Gosh darn it.
Yeah.
It must suck to. You know, I feel bad for John Hannaford now. Like he literally like changed his entire name to Dang Hannaford.
Well, he didn't lean into it.
Yeah, well he
lean
did.
into it.
Yeah, he did. He changed his name.
Hey KC, you streaming all day today?
No, not all day. Nope.
No.
I'm probably I might go to 10. I don't know about 11 because yesterday I was in a lot of pain after 11.
Gotcha.
Because I didn't take any breaks yesterday. And I didn't want to because I knew that the minute that I stood up, I wasn't going to want to come back and sit in the chair again. So it's kind of one of those things where it's like, you know, you get comfortable in a spot, and any kind of movement from that tends to create pain. So you avoid it.
Man, the spy just keeps going.
Yeah, I mean it's going to, right? It's all balanced off. It's improperly imbalanced. I mean it's not a fair balancing act of the entire market, and when it's really heavily leaning towards what it is that the institutions are pushing as products, it's going to continue to do this until those products fail. When those products fail, it's going to crash faster than it goes up because they won't be able to exit out of those positions in the ETFs fast enough because they can't just you can't. Some of these ETFs don't get rebalanced. They get rebalanced like on certain schedules, and so the price when the price does drop, it'll be so drastic and so awing, like your mouth will hit the floor. You'll go like, "Holy shit, that's fast." And you think this is impressive moving up? Wait till you see the downside of this.
You think it's gonna downside when things start popping off?
Yeah. There's going to be some massive. I mean, it's going to have to correct itself. It's going to have to come back down.
I know we're off of election. Casey was gracious enough yesterday to kind of allow us a little latitude because of the events. But I want to take this moment while I'm a little pissy and chastise everybody, Casey included. I want everybody to know that I'm really displeased that not a single one of you sent me a DM or a message that showed that Jim Cramer went live on TV and told the world that Trump would never be elected president again. Yeah. How is it that not a single one of you guys brought that to Pirate? Come on, man. There's got to be somebody in here that does the inverse Jim Cramer thing. Yeah. None of you guys? I'm so disappointed in you. He did. Crew.
Yeah, I know. You're right, though. He did do that. And, yeah.
Well, now I just need to say AMC's not going anywhere.
Exactly. The inverse Jim Cramer trade seems to have some legs under
it. Johnson B Streets, GameStop employees do not grade cards. Those are sent off to PSA, and they are graded officially.
I was wondering how that worked. I was wondering if you just walked in and laid the card down and somebody in-house did it, or you just answered the question for me.
Yep. Yeah, so you bring in the cards. If you're a pro member, we ship them for you for free. There is a charge per card that can be adjusted if the card comes back at a higher value, and it's actually a benefit for both you and the company. But there's a flat fee that you pay for each card, and people come in with them in a penny sleeve and a protective sleeve, and then we just put them on a table. We take a picture of them so that we have identification of the transaction happening. And then we package those up to be sent out to PSA for grading, and then after a period of time, right now we're telling people 45 business days, you get your graded cards. Like you get contacted with an email telling you what your cards are worth or what they got graded at. So,
are you working at GameStop? Because that was crazy.
Yes, I am working at GameStop now.
Okay, I was like, how did you just explain that so good?
Yeah, I got to know the process.
You got some catching up to do, man. You've been absent.
I know, guys. It's just working nights and I'm dating a girl and time just starts flying.
Well, that sounds like fun. You're dating a girl, huh? Good for you. Well, no, that's like good for you.
That sounds great.
No. Are you the one? Listen, Mrs. Pirate has a real problem that somebody shared with the crowd that they're dating somebody who has an influencer or OnlyFans account, and she's dying to know how that plays out. Or was that you? Were you the guy that's dating the girl that's an influencer?
No, not the OnlyFans. That's crazy. I would not be.
Is she like an influencer or something?
Yeah, she does do.
That's her. Okay.
TikTok.
She just wants to know: is it true love? Is it meant to be, or has that gone? Are you like two ships that passed in the night? Is that over with?
No, it's going like super good actually.
Oh, she's gonna be so relieved.
Because you had a choice. Remember, he had a choice.
I've investigated this. Yeah, I've asked like 6 different people. Are you the guy? And they're like, no, not you.
Not no, yeah, it's been going super good.
I remember this now. He had a choice. There were choices to
Wiggy,
be
so you
made.
were dating a boy.
That is not how I
I knew
meant
that was
it. That is
coming.
not how I meant it.
Yeah.
A girl, you
Now,
don't
now
say.
wasn't correct me if I'm wrong here, and I don't mean to pry, but I don't like loose ends. I like to know how the story ends. Weren't you also offered the possible romance of like a fix up? Wasn't there some lady or your mom wanted you to date a girl that she thought was a better fit? Wasn't that the case?
Yeah, there was, but you know, at the end of the day, I had to.
Did you revisit that, or did you just discount that and move on?
I discounted it and moved on.
So we'll never know what was meant
We'll
to be.
never know.
All right. Well, I appreciate the update.
Well-
Mrs. Pirate can rest easy now. She'll be fully debriefed. Yeah.
How is Yucca not dating an influencer or OnlyFans girl?
Because he's right next to Figueroa.
He's right next to Figueroa. It's crazy. Yeah.
I mean, how is
There's
he
no
not?
need.
I mean, wouldn't that just? I mean, right? Wouldn't he just roll into that?
He does every day.
Yeah, I'm
Look,
pretty
just
sure
know,
he's got his
Thor,
window
just
down.
know, Thor, that when you come back after a long absence, you lose man points if you confess that part of the reason is because you're dating a
What's
girl.
that?
Because we've all had that one friend. We've all had that one friend who's like been there every Friday and Saturday night, and then he finds a girlfriend and he just disappears,
I'm that
disappears.
guy. I'm not even gonna lie. I'm that guy.
Well, that's what I'm saying. So even if you are that dude, you don't want to broadcast it. It's not something to be proud of. You want to try to keep that to yourself.
I don't mind admitting it, man. Like when I'm
Yeah.
getting what I like and what I want, I'll say it.
Yeah, screw it. To hell with the rest of us, right? Forget your friends.
I mean, I wouldn't
Forget
say
your
to hell with
buddies.
the rest
Forget
of
your
us.
pals. Yeah. That's all right. When she crushes your hopes and dreams for a future, you'll come running. You'll come crawling back to us, tears in your eyes,
We'll be here.
wanting all of us to listen. Yeah, and we will, and we'll
But
be
that's
here
the
like
good
good
thing,
friends.
yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly.
We'll be here for you, Thor Bladed. Don't you worry.
Thanks, guys.
Speaking of which, you seem to be here right now. How are things going?
Shit, she's probably with somebody right now. You read my mind, Casey. I'm like, she's probably with somebody this very moment.
I'm supposed
Yeah.
to be asleep right now, but instead here
Yeah,
I am.
But
whatever.
you were
I'm
doing
home.
what?
Yeah.
You were checking on things?
Yeah.
What's going on? Mm-hmm.
No, I what's it called? I just got out of work like an hour ago.
Sleep deprivation?
Well, no, I'm just excited about this week and next week with AMC. So I'm like, I gotta. And then I saw you were on, and I was like, oh shoot, he hasn't been on in a minute. I gotta get in here.
I got you. All right. You saw the elevated volume, and you were like, you got
I was like,
perky,
I need to go hear the numbers right now.
Yep.
No, but yeah, I really should like go to sleep soon.
Yeah. Do you have to work tonight? Let's see. Today's Thursday.
Yeah.
You probably do.
Mm-hmm. I work tonight and then on Friday.
Yeah, you're halfway through your week right now, so.
Yep. Just barely.
Mm-hmm. Yep. I start my other job Monday, so, and I think I'm gonna be working like probably 58 hours a week.
More?
Dang.
Yeah, I know. It's gonna be kind of rough, but I'll make it.
Man, I've been flying a lot, and I
bet you I got you. I got
I'm
you
gonna
beat there.
run into JJ, but
JJ's like, I'll bet you I got more hours than you do.
Unless you're a diamond medallion, I think I got you beat.
oh yeah, you for sure got me beat.
Where you been flying to, Thor?
To Arizona.
Is that where she is?
Oh, I get down there.
California.
You going out there trying to rig the Maricopa County elections or what?
I gotta go. Talk to you guys.
See ya.
Later.
Later.
Man, I forgot what I was gonna say.
Why are you
Arizona.
going to Arizona
You're
and
flying to
California?
Arizona.
My headphones like about to die.
Yep, I hear you much better
Can you
now.
guys hear me still?
Oh yeah, it sounds great.
Oh, hold up. Oh, it sounds better?
Yeah.
Yeah, you sound much better.
Well, my headphones are terrible, I guess.
Well, you don't sound like you're in a car.
Give me a second. Oh, I wonder if the headphones were picking up the fan. That might have been the case.
Hey, for the third time, short bus. Why did you
He's-
go to Arizona?
He's not. He doesn't want
I
to talk
gotta
about it.
that one we can't broadcast. I'll have to.
He
Oh,
can't
Oh,
say.
okay.
Another
All right. I should have took the hint. All right, then maybe I guess I'm the short bus. I should have took the hint. And you
He's-
didn't want to talk about. Okay.
He's leaving
Touche.
that one out.
Touche. I got it. Yeah.
Not to change the subject or anything, but I wanted to say for the grading thing. So like let's say I take the cards to GameStop and then, they send them off. What happens if PSA like loses them on the way back?
Well, I would
Does-
imagine that they're insured for something.
Okay.
I honestly don't know the exact answer to this, so I probably should not speak on it. I would imagine that there's some kind of insurance on this. Once you submit them, because I mean you are paying a price for each card that you're sending off, and I would imagine that there's probably some kind of insurance that's involved in that. But yeah, we take extra precautions to make sure that those get out, and that's probably about the most I can say about it. But I will also say this: if you do ever take cards into GameStop, do not expect the employees to handle the actual cards. We will not do that. You have to put them in the penny sleeve. You have to put them in the card protector, and if that's done, and only if that's been done, can we send those cards out. If you just hand bring in, deliver some cards and expect us to put them into penny sleeves and card protectors, that's not happening. We've been instructed not to touch the cards.
But I mean, if they're like even insured a little bit, like honestly, that's huge. Going through GameStop would be really good.
So it's funny because I do a lot of just kind of like dabbling in research on what people are saying about both AMC and GME all over the place. And I saw a shill one time saying like, oh, what a novel idea to, PSA cards and stuff, like it hasn't been done for like the last 20, 30 years or something like that, right? And I'm sitting there going like, I kind of, at first I thought they have a point, but then I started realizing that like GME is making money on several different angles on this, right? They're selling you the cards. They're making money on that. Then you walk on after you've bought the card. And by the way, having worked in the store now for, I guess this is week 3.
2 weeks. Two weeks.
Has it been 2 weeks?
2 weeks.
Has it been 2 weeks?
Well, it sounds
yeah.
good. We're going to go with it.
Yeah, after having been in the store for 2 weeks, we get a lot of people who come in and buy cards. I'm just telling you right now, it's phenomenal to see the amount of money that's going out on cards. And there's new stuff coming out all the time, so people are they keep coming in and buying more and more and more and more. So they're that's GameStop's making money there. If people are pro members, and obviously it's really good and great for GME to be able to have people who are signed up for pro memberships, they get that free shipping on the items. So now they've got people coming back in and putting more money down to have those cards traded, and then if they want to sell those cards, GME will sell those cards for them. And they take a little bit of the profit from that too. After they've been graded, so they're making like, and then somebody's on the buying side of that sale. So we're making money on the purchase. We're making money on the selling side. We're making money on the
market makers.
Yeah, dude, it is like just raking in bucks. It is crazy.
Little market maker.
Oh no, I believe it. I bet you guys sell like Pokemon cards like crazy.
Like hotcakes. Can't keep them on the shelf fast enough, and they just keep flying around.
I believe it. I actually used to like sell and trade those, man, and it goes crazy. People spend big bucks.
Yep. And they're having fun. They're enjoying collecting again and trying to get new. I have actually had, so every time somebody comes in and buys something from my store, I always say to them like, hey, if you hit it big, come back and let me know. I'm kind of curious. Because they're not just buying just Pokemon. They're also buying, there's the Bitcoin cards that we have as well as sports cards. And so there's a lot of different things that, that they're buying in regards to cards. And And I always say like, hey, if you hit it big, let me know. I'd love to hear. I just kind of want to hear the story, right? And I have people coming in all the time, letting me know like, oh man, I hit it so big on this. It's crazy.
Wait, so so when you guys sell the graded cards, like you do you automatically give them like a certain amount, or do you actually sell them in the store, or how does that work?
We have the graded cards in store. We don't sell directly through the store. So if you come into the store and want to buy a card, you're not going to find one for sale. If you go online to buy the card, you can buy them there.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, that's honestly legit. That's like
Yep.
serious.
Yeah, and what ends up happening is, and I've been responsible for participating in the shipping out of graded cards that have been sold twice. And we end up taking those PSA graded cards and we package them up in a box really nicely, and they're very well protected, and then sent out to whoever buys them.
So you don't just cram them in a white
No.
paper envelope and stick
No.
a stamp on them.
I'm actually really
fold it in
impressed.
fold it in half, and then cram it in the mail slot.
I'm really impressed with that. I mean, you'd see it if you bought one, but I'm really impressed with the
Oh, I'll bet. I'm
packaging
sure.
that they put together on those. Really impressed. So,
Oh, it sounds impressive. This is
like, I would think that like you could probably drive over one of these boxes and probably still have probably the PSA card wouldn't even get cracked. Would be my guess.
dang.
Mm-hmm. It's pretty secure.
But yeah, that stuff's really serious.
Oh yeah.
I sold like a silk collection I had for a good chunk like a year ago.
Yep. Numbers, a little bit late, but it's good conversation. Yeah, don't you dare bring your cards in and ask me to touch your cards, because I'm not touching your cards. Keep your hands to yourself. Let's see here. All right, I'm taking you guys over the other page here. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are saying, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. I did not award the points to everybody who got points yesterday. Nana was like 2 pennies off from getting her extra bonus point yesterday. She was very, very close. I was sweating bullets, Nana. If you're listening right now, I was sweating bullets yesterday. I was going like, oh man, she is gonna so score big time on this price move, and then it settled back down again. I was like, that was so close. All right, what do we have? Price predictions for the day today. This is not meant as financial advice. It's simply 4 apes who are giving price predictions based off of what we think it's going to close at, as best as we possibly can for fun. And Nana's got the low end of the stick for the day today. She's at 396 to 486. Up from that, we have Tech at 399 to 489. Up from there is Apex with 403 to 493. And I seem to ping pong on either side. I'm either on the top or the bottom. Today I'm on the top, 406 to 496. I have the highest prediction for the day. I'm doing terrible this week in price predicting. It is what it is. Some days you're on, some days you're off. And but those are the prices that we have. Short exempt volume, we're back up over 100K with the 24 million shares that was traded yesterday. It was 23.9, but it'll get adjusted up, I'm pretty sure, to 24. So lots of short exempt volume. Not over the 300K that I'd like to see, but it is definitely up there. Utilization was back up again on AMC to 27.44%. Day-over-day price change. Yesterday, AMC was up 4.33%. Max Pain is 450 for this week and the next 2 weeks going out. For AMC, GME is $21 and $20 for the next 2 weeks going out. So, I mean, we would have to see a drastic change in price going into next week on GME from the $23 range that it's at now to get down to 20. It would be a $3 drop. And it's still trading $2 higher than where Max Pain is this week. I've been so surprised to not see Max Pain change. But that's where we're at. And let's take a look at the exchange traded volume for the day today on AMC. It is coming in at 49.71% going through off exchange. EDGX is at 13.51. That is extremely large amounts of volume. 54% is what I would expect it to be combined between those two. It's currently 9.22% higher than where I would expect it to be. And I just want to point out that the LTSE exchange has already seen 25.8 thousand shares going through there. There's a lot of shares being delivered right now. CHX is 0. Taking a look at shares having been borrowed since earlier this morning. When we last looked at this, there had been approximately 700,000 shares having been borrowed. That has not changed. There's only been shares returned since we last looked at it. Fees are dropping a little bit to 1.05%, and there's 2.1 million shares available to be borrowed with a rebate of 3.78. Taking a look at GME. Exchange traded volume for the day today, the LTSE is seeing 3,696 and CHX 0 shares. Borrow fees for GME has been super high for the day. There was 1.2 million shares borrowed as of earlier this morning than when we last looked at this. Since then, it looks like there's been an additional, let me just verify the numbers here. $1.2 million. There's been no new shares borrowed. Only 100,000 shares returned so far. 1.2 million shares borrowed on GME since 2045 yesterday. Fees are at 0.43% and a rebate of 4.4 with 2.6 million available according to IBKR. That's a lot of borrowing of shares. A lot of borrowing. Taking a look at institutional ownership this morning. AMC was being reported at 121.862 million and is now at 121.921. A little bit of a jump up there. Highest amount of or the amount of ownership owned by institutions reported according to Fintel earlier this morning was 103.693 for GME, is now 103.968. Big increase on that one as well. November is usually a selling month, and if you see institutions buying, it'll be kind of interesting to see have happen. Remember, that is a delayed reporting on institutional ownership. Let's take a look at options. Two-factor authentication, if you don't have it, you may want to consider getting it, as it could prevent somebody from getting out into your account that shouldn't be there. If you do sign up for that and your broker allows you to put in a secondary device to be able to receive that access code, you might want to utilize that, as you never know when something's going to happen to your primary device and you have no access into your account. And then please make sure, I haven't said this in quite a while, but please make sure you guys are getting a copy of your statement from your portfolio or portfolios that you have with your broker or brokers. It's extremely important for your own record keeping to know what it is that you hold and how much you hold. Make sure you have that information, just like you have the contact numbers for a phone call to your brokers or broker. All right, let's take a look at numbers on options. Highest amount of call volume so far for the day-to-day on AMC on the call side is at a strike price of $5. At $5, there's currently 9.6 thousand contracts in volume so far. Highest amount of put volume coming in at a $4.50 strike. That's up 50 cents from where it was yesterday. Like I said, once those 4.5 starts closing, we should start seeing price rising back up. There's been 2,000 contracts in volume so far on puts at 4.5. So we are seeing the market targeting a $4.50 to $5 close by the end of the day today. That's what it's suggesting. Whether or not we get there, I guess what remains to be seen, but that's what the market's suggesting at this point in time. Taking a look at GME. Highest amount of call volume so far for the day today is coming in at a strike price of 25. Highest amount of put volume coming in at a strike price of 23. Market suggesting a 24 close by the end of the day today. Currently prices at 23.12. Taking you guys over to the other page here. Give me just a second to move a couple screens around and we'll take a look at the rest of the data. Starting with Vortex. $67,000 shares having been borrowed so far for the day-to-day, according to Vortex. That's really not going to change anything too much on the estimated short share interest of the free float, which is at 15.11%. Cost of borrow mins at 0.68, average is 1.06, and max is 1.12. Shares on loan for the day-to-day is at 48.72 million shares. Let's take a look at what these numbers look like on our on a bigger picture here. Here's utilization on AMC driving up 2 days in a row now. We went from 26.61% to 27.44%. The on-loan amount increasing day over day as well from 45.89 million shares to 48.72 million shares. That's an increase of 2.83 million shares on loan. And then Vortex is estimating that about 360,000 of that was in new short interest, increasing the short interest percentage of the free float from 14.97 to 15.11. The on-loan average age per day with 2.83 new million shares on loan dropped again from 55.07 days to 52.77. This being one of the closest indicators I've ever found for letting you know when price increases are going to happen. We're waiting to find a bottom on this. We need to see 2 days of. We need to see this continue to trend down, reach some kind of bottom, and then we're looking for 2 days of an upwards trend to let us know when that 15-day timer is starting to count down, when a big price increase is incoming. Taking a look at security lending volume day over day, it did increase on AMC from 2.56 million to 3.75. GME. So far, 181,000 shares have been returned today. It's really not that significant. It will drop that estimated short share interest of the free float slightly to 8.43%. Cost to borrow mins at 0.03. The average is 0.11 and the max is 0.91. Utilization on GME did drop a little bit day over day from 29.76 to 29.43. The on-loan amount dropping as well from 48.31 million to 47.85. That's going to drop the estimated short share interest of the free float from 8.47 to 8.44, and the on-loan average age per day continuing to rise from 56.86 days to 58.12. Security lending volume day over day fell from 3.05 million shares to 1.72. SSR trigger price for the day-to-day is at $4.12 for AMC. 99,000 contracts are out of the money on the calls versus 12.8 thousand contracts that are in the money. 11.3 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts versus 11.4 thousand contracts that are in the money. SSR trigger price for GME for the day-to-day is $20.79. 82.2 thousand contracts are out of the money on the calls versus 38.2 thousand contracts that are in the money. 8.8 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts versus 771 contracts that are in the money. Today would be the day, guys. It's not just me saying that, but if there were a bunch of in the money calls right now, today would be the day for those exercise positions to occur in order for those to target or complete a targeting point that has been defined already by our T35s that has been shown to us in the cycles, the T35 cycles. Today is a Sly Kitty and ice cream cone day leading into a targeted position for Friday. So if they were going to be exercising positions, those exercise positions T35 beginning start date would be tomorrow. So today would be the day to see some of those positions being exercised. That would drive down the price if you were to see closing of positions on GME calls. Now that's okay. It's okay if they're being exercised. There's a big difference between exercising of a position and closing it out for cash. So if we were to see some portion of these closing out to be exercised, and that's going to force the market to go out there and actually find those shares and buy them. That's the important part. There's 42,000 contracts that are in the money for next week, 54,000 contracts for a couple weeks into January. Orders by Fidelity customers. AMC and GME are the only two I'm looking for on this list. Neither of which are on here. MMRI was 287.17 earlier this morning. We're seeing a risk-off situation happening currently. We have the FOMC meeting coming up here really, really soon from now. We have 1 hour, 40 minutes, and 3 seconds left. 283.22 is MMRI now. The spread between the 2-year and 10-year bond yields earlier this morning was 0.185 and is now currently at 0.153. Notice the VIX down here sitting at 1554 with the futures suggesting that the VIX is going to be somewhere around 1578. The VIX has been leading the futures down. So not much of a gap between where the futures are at and where the VIX is currently at. Earlier this morning there was about a half a point difference, which is now suggesting that it's not necessarily going to continue to fly upwards at some given point, and the VIX flying upwards would have caused the market to go down. So that is no longer looking like that's on the table. NASDAQ is up 1.09, Dow Jones is up 0.05, and the S&P 500 is up 0.5. We have 2,994 advancers to 2,710 decliners. The market is very evenly balanced right now, but leaning just a little bit more to the buying side. 2,994. I shouldn't say buying side. I should say more of the leaning more heavily towards the. Sorry, I gotta move my position. Hold on. Painful. We're seeing a little bit more positive price improvement on stocks today than we are. I shouldn't say buying. It's wrong thing to say. Sectors that are doing poorly for the day today. The worst two sectors is finances, followed by energy. The top two performing sectors is looks like consumer discretionary, followed by technology. Of the Mag 7, all 7 are in the green. Financial institutions that have changed more than 2.5% since yesterday's closing price will get a shout out. We have FRC up 7.69%, Silvergate's down 6.98%. Let's see if there's anything else. Zion Stank is down 2.63%. JP Morgan is down 2.87%. And that's it. Gold is up 1.38, trending up. Silver's up 1.91, trending up. Ethereum Classic is down 1.36% and trending down. The US dollar is up 0.76, trending down. Oil is up, or I said up. The US dollar is down 0.77, trending down. Oil is down 1.86 and consolidating after a little bit of a drop at market open. Mortgage-backed securities are up anywhere from 0.62 to 0.71 and trending up. And the SPY is up 0.53, trending up. There's the VIX movement as of right now, dropping below 16 and is very slightly trending upwards. IWM is up 0.35 and on a slight downtrend. IWN is down 0.61, trending down. Tesla is up 1.91 and trending up. Amazon up 1.81, trending up, but it looks like it's trying to break that trend. It was all over the Bollinger Bands in the beginning portion of the market, and I would expect to see a retest of the simple moving average before deciding whether it's going to continue to fall through or continue on the uptrend that it's on. Cinemark is down 0.46, consolidating. Doge is down 1.31%, and on a larger picture, trending down. Bitcoin is up 0.74, just recently started trending upwards pretty heftily and hitting a high of 75.5. I'm not sure what the 52-week is on this. What is it? 76.5. So it's about 10K off of, 1,000 off of an all-time high. GME is down 0.22, consolidating. HYMC is up 0.87, slightly trending upwards, and NCMI is down 0.08, consolidating. Hood is down 0.45, trending up, and AMC is down 5.5% and consolidating. Inflow versus outflow so far for the day today, we have approximately $1.4 million more inflow than outflow. 5.01 million shares traded so far for the day today. Lots of volume. That is a lot of volume, guys. We could see some big moves at the end of the day today. Because this is, for us to consolidate at this point in time with 5.01 million shares traded so far is not indicative of a price movement. After 55 minutes worth of trading, we're on a pace right now for 35.5 million shares traded by the end of the day today. In pre-market this morning, I gave a prediction of 10 to 30 million. On a 4-hour time interval, we currently have more equal amounts of buying and selling pressure with an RSI of 42.33, which is below average. On a 1-hour time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 40.76, which is below average. On a 30-minute time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 40.47, which is below average. And on a 5-minute time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 41.45, which is below average. On a 1-hour Ichimoto, lagging line is below price line. Conversions below base. This is sending off sell signals as it stands right now. There is a future red cloud showing up as early as tomorrow. To break through, that would be around $4.47. Considering that max pain is $4.50, you guess where we close this week. What does it need to happen? What needs to happen in order for this to turn around and make turn this into a buy signal today? Lagging line needs to get back up above price line, number one. That's going to be around $4.60. That probably will not get the conversion across the base, but it will get definitely the price back up above the cloud. Price normally likes to move down through green clouds, which there wasn't a green cloud showing up, and so it moved down below a green cloud prior to it actually hitting there, which is actually kind of very bearish. It means a longer period of time of downwards momentum movement in price. But notice that everything that's in this price range right here, all is within this move that happened so far. So in the length of this time right here, do you see how it's about the same length of time as this green cloud right here? That means that upcoming more than likely is going to be a move to get back above this 447 price point going into tomorrow. So we may see price kind of stall out right around where we're at right now. However, there is this large quantity of volume happening. On a 4-hour time interval, lagging line is below price line. Conversion is on top of base, and the price line is below the cloud. So this is a bearish signal. We do not have a buy signal here. To get this to turn around to a buy signal again, we would need to see lagging line get back above price line, which is going to be around $4.50. So we need to see $4.50 or better. That should get the conversion to move back up above the base, and price would be above the cloud. Red cloud is not forming until 11/14, which has got us a week out from today, 5 trading days. Seeing price move back up above this green cloud anytime between now and before that 5 days is up is extremely bullish. And that's all I got for you guys. Look at this monstrosity of lines. I want to get rid of some of this. Let's get rid of yesterday's number here, or support line. Get rid of this. Oops, no, I needed that. There we go. The ideal thing to have happen today for anybody who might be shorting or against the price movement of AMC is going to be to reduce volume. That's going to be the key main objective for the day to day is reduce, reduce, reduce. The more volume, the more volatility. You don't want volatility if you're trying to control price to within a certain range. So what do you do? You trade the price out sideways. You decrease interest by just moving it sideways. It's gonna be a very boring trading day until perhaps maybe we may see some of that volume starting to sneak up and show up in the later half of the day. I'm kind of expecting like 12 million shares traded by the end of the day, and I know we're on a pace that's much faster than that right now for 35 million. So expect to see just nothing but boring sideways trading. Actually, we have the FOMC meeting 1 hour and 30 minutes from now. Watch for something to happen around that time. Maybe about, that would put us at 11 o'clock, maybe around like 10:45 my time, or Eastern Standard Time 11:45. The decision might actually come 30 minutes earlier than that. Maybe 11:15 Eastern Standard Time.
President Potato Brains speaking in 30 minutes.
There you go.
What that's all about. Big announcement.
That might be your target time then. Apex says 11:15 market time. Yeah. Well, if the president starts talking too, I mean, it could be as early as when he starts talking. I don't think I have anything else. UPS delivery guy, good morning.
Good morning. I was getting ready to say hi to you guys.
Well, hi.
Everything going well?
Yeah. I mean, I'm trying to just stay comfortable, but it's not easy. You should have heard me last night, man. At one point I got up from the couch. I don't remember. I feel like it was last night. At some point or another, I got up from the couch and I was just like whimpering. It hurts so bad, and it's painful to do that. Like as a guy, I don't know. Like we're not supposed to be wusses like that, and so it's like it's hard. It hurts to hurt, and I don't like whimpering, but it just hurts so bad.
I whimper when I have a cold. I'm a wuss.
You just want to die, right? Like you just want to go under the covers and just just leave me alone.
Wake me up when I'm better.
Yeah, give me water, feed me water and toast and eggs and let me die for like 24 hours or whatever and don't bother me. I'll get better when eventually after I hibernate.
I think it'd be best if you just go rest before your shift right now, because you could end up having a long day.
Yeah, I know. I got a 6-hour day ahead of me, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to get off at 10 and do exactly what you said. I'm going to do 10 o'clock numbers and I'm going to cut it because I got 6 hours. I got to be up. I told my boss, dude, he's incredible. Great guy. I'm going to give him a shout out. I don't know if I should do this or not. Maybe I shouldn't do this. I'm gonna give him a shout out. I'm not gonna say his name.
You might want to hold off on that.
Yeah, I'll say his first name starts. We'll call him D. He's the D. But he's not. He's a good guy. And I told him that I had surgery on the 5th, and I said like if you're gonna schedule me for the 5th, like do it in the morning, like right after I have the surgery, because I'll still be numbed up and I won't care how I feel. because I won't be feeling anything. And I'm like, but if you put me in for a late night shift, then I'm gonna be cranky, and there's no telling how I'm gonna react to customers. And what does he do? He schedules me off the day and the day after the surgery. I was like, I haven't even been there for 2 weeks. Like nobody, I don't feel like people do that kind of shit in company and
Already
companies.
taking sick time off.
Yeah. But I mean, I didn't even take sick time. He was just nice enough to like be able to schedule me out and like give me extra. I didn't even ask for it. I didn't ask for it. I told him, I said, if you want to work me the next day, that's fine. But I can't do later on.
Yeah,
Once that,
gotta respect. I respect that.
yeah, I thought that was so cool. I didn't even ask for it, but he gave it to me anyways, and I was like, damn, what a nice guy. No cranky KC for the F. I'm telling you, dude. When you're in a lot of pain, you get cranky. I get cranky. I don't mean you get cranky, but I get cranky when I'm in a lot of pain. It hurts so bad, and I can't help it. You know, it's like, don't bother me. I just want to die.
You need an excuse to be cranky?
Yeah, I guess so.
Yeah, I'll give you a few more years. Yeah, touch base with me in about 10 more years. I think you'll find that you don't necessarily need any pain.
I guess not. I try to be real positive as much as I possibly can, but it's so hard when you're in so much pain, you know? It's just like,
Well, that's the Boy Scout way.
leave me alone. Don't touch me. Don't talk to me. Don't anything me. Melissa, she tries so hard. She goes like, do you want me to get you this? You want me to get you that? And I'm like, no.
I mean, put yourself in the manager's shoes. Would you want your team out there doing substandard work?
Well, yeah,
if you can avoid?
Of course not. But I don't typically feel like people care about people anymore. You know? Like, I just don't. Like, if I was working any one of my semiconductor jobs in the past, I don't think anybody would have cared. More than likely, there may be a couple different jobs that I had in the past where maybe somebody would care that you'd had surgery, but for the most part, you know, they don't care. We'll see you the minute you can get back in here.
I've been here at UPS for 23 years, and this is our first building manager who actually cares. Like, if somebody's sick, she doesn't chastise you for not coming in or anything.
Yeah, I know, that's crazy,
it's
right?
It's kind of refreshing.
Yeah, it's very refreshing to see people
guy
who are like
called me up one time. I had a guy call me up one time and tell me that his grandma had died, and I didn't even draw a breath. I said, well, it's a good thing your grandma's not scheduled for work today.
Oh my gosh, you did not say that.
Oh yeah, I did.
No, yeah. Oh, that's so terrible. That's the worst. That's pretty bad. Parrot, that's bad.
Yeah, I've made a few mistakes along the way.
Let me ask you a question. Man. Was this guy, did his spleen hurt the day before, or?
No, but when we eventually had a dust up between us, that was one of the first things he brought up. He's like a woman that holds a grudge, keeps things forever, and then drags up old shit.
Are you streaming right now, Casey?
I am. What's going on? Welcome, Hannibal. Good to see you.
I was going to ask you if you wanted to do an analysis of a M. Bison tweet.
Which profile?
I'll DM you with it.
Okay. That's code for I don't want to say it out loud.
Yeah.
Hold on a second here. Let's see.
He's not bashful? I thought he was just bashful.
Oh, okay.
I mean, you could play it on your stream too.
Okay. So who is M. Bison? I don't know who that is. Who's that? Do you know?
Supposedly it might be one of DFV's alts.
I can't unfortunately play the sound on this because
you're right.
It's 2.5 minutes long, but it's obviously the Jurassic Park scene.
Yes. So
Go ahead.
a few years ago, someone edited the T-Rex scene in Jurassic Park by putting in a big black kitty. And so this M. Bison took that video and he kind of made some edits to it. So he starts off with the scene where Hammond is talking to his lawyer, and the lawyer says he needs to be convinced within 48 hours. So we're looking at a 48-hour time span.
Well,
and then instead of Dr. Grant throwing the flare, he throws Chewy cat food.
Oh, there it is. There's the cat. Yep. Or I'm watching. I've got it on so that everybody can see it here, but I just don't have the sound playing on it here.
Yeah, so you'll notice the cat attacks when the granddaughter pops open that first can of cat food.
Oh, that was hilarious. I totally just caught her opening that up on the side there. Yep, that was funny.
And then the cat disappears when Dr. Grant tosses the cat food.
Okay, they open up a case. They got lots more cans of food. He starts waving around a can of food. The cat sees it. Go fetch.
So what I'm interpreting this as is, so they actually meant, they specifically leave in the part where they said his vision is based on movement. So I'm thinking Chewy's gonna move when she pops open the first can. That's gonna make GME go crazy. But when Chewy goes away, then the GME is gonna go away too. So it's gonna be like a temporary spike.
Yeah. Well, so if somebody's gonna be exercising a position, right? Like today's the day. Today would be the day that you'd want to exercise that position, and so the value of some of those positions may be going up, right? Because it's 23.28 right now on GME, and the price is moving upwards. And if you've got the FOMC meeting coming in here in just about an hour or less, we should be knowing the results of the 25 basis points that everybody knows that it's going to be increasing by. We should see the market run. And if somebody wanted to close out some of their call contracts to exercise some of their call contracts, or just exercise them all, that would be the perfect time to be doing it because price is rising. And you could potentially get somebody to pay you to exercise your positions. Then you're forcing somebody to go out and find those positions, and that starts the T plus 35 for the target date, which is tomorrow. So today is the sly kitty. I mean, it's all there, man. Sly kitty with the ice cream. Tubby, good morning. I had not heard this M. Bison account had been. I had not heard of this as being a potential quote unquote alt account before. That's news to me.
Yeah, I think he focused a lot on Siri, but he mentions Jimmy and Chewy as well.
I'm going to tweet something right now. Is it, how's emojis? Let's see here. What is the sly kitty emoji? Anybody? Sorry, I figured it out. It's called. What is it called? Does it have a name? Cat face with wry smile. The ice cream cone is called soft ice cream. What's the green face?
Nauseous.
Yeah, that's what it is.
Yeah.
So, and that kind of goes along the lines with what it was that I was talking about this morning. If somebody were to exercise their position today, somebody's going to want to drop the price in the market pretty quickly, right? Like it's not going to stay up forever, but that is going to apply pressure in future price improvements. So, you know, it's this ebb and flow of stair walking up the price. Stair stepping the price up, I guess, is probably a better way to say it. And GME right now is at future intraday margins will be temporarily increased today from 1 p.m. to 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time in anticipation of the upcoming Federal Reserve announcement. Just got that notice. So cool.
Good morning, Tubby. Good to see you.
Chewy's running a bit too.
What a day. We got about 15 more minutes and we'll take a look at the numbers again. By the way, I wanted to mention that the peak of the VIX was, in my opinion, supposed to hit fairly close to starting today, but it actually hit like 2 days earlier than I would have anticipated. So actually the peak, I've got the first possible day being yesterday, actually. Oh, no, wait. Yeah, yesterday. And of course, the peak was actually hit on the 31st, which is kind of unusual. That's usually it's around more the 6th than it is anything. And so we're seeing this unnatural break outside of this wedge here to the bottom side, which, quite frankly, I did not see that, happening at all. I did not expect to see the VIX drop below this lower level of support here, and to see that happening, I mean, I don't know what to expect.
Well, all they had to do was pump SPY to get it down, right?
It's more than that though. It's not just the SPY, right? Like it's ETFs from a lot of different things, and it's not just the SPY. That would help. I mean, they have to pump everything, right? Like pumping everything would help. So yes.
Well, I wouldn't call it the peak until next week. Got to see what happens today and tomorrow.
Yeah. I really think that the breakout point's going to be like early December for the VIX though. GME is up 2.12% at 23.58. Sly kitty. Got about 10 more minutes here, guys, and we'll be looking at those numbers. Melior, good morning. Robbie W says, any thoughts on what fair market price would be? I mean, it's such a loaded question. Because am I supposed to account for the fact that this has been so heavily oversold and does not reflect the past demand as part of that? Because if I am, then we're nowhere even close to at the right price. So if you're talking about fair market value, it's like trying to figure out, that's like it's such a random number that I don't think that there's any way for me to be able to even touch on how close that or how high that would be or where I would even get close to the right number. Fair market price to the next dilution zone. I don't think that there is a fair market value to the next dilution zone. I think dilution zone's wherever the company needs to raise money at, which is at any price.
Going to get our dog.
Okay. You have to go out there?
Unless he stays there with her at work all day, but I don't want to keep him all candled up.
Yeah. Love you. See you in a bit.
Okay, maybe I'll bring him back. I'll let you know.
Do you want me to go with you?
No, it's too long to sit in the car with your bag.
All right. Let's see here. BTC, we're showing pancakes. Let's keep it in short term and not so much end game. In any price. Any price is a fair price for more dilution. I mean, they've got debt that they've got to resolve. Of course, every single one of us would love to see that at a higher price than lower, but I have no idea. I would expect that we will see more dilution for sure when we get up into that. What did Adam Aaron say? 566? Was it 566 or 544? I can't remember.
66.
Yeah, 566 for sure. And it doesn't even bother me. It's got to be done. $4.46 on AMC. We're down 2.84%. GME is up 1.77 at 23.51. Robbie W, you say realistically under $8 seems wild for dilution. I think what's wild is that they dilute and nobody claims ownership. That's what I think's wild. That they can continue to dilute into it and nobody's claiming ownership. So you tell me, what does that tell you? What does that tell you when institutions aren't going out there and claiming these millions and millions of shares that are being sold into the marketplace by AMC for dilution, and all these institutions claim that they've got like 10 million shares or 20 million tops? And I can guarantee you, I
Did
know
you
for a
happen to
fact.
did,
Go ahead.
did you happen to see, KC, that there's beef? I think that's what the cool kids call it, beef, between Devin Nunes, the CEO for Donald J. Trump stock. I know you and I talked about that in the past, but I think yesterday it's re-erupted. I think they've been trading jabs on Twitter between. He literally called out Citadel by name, and I think Citadel responded. It's gotten they're pretty much throwing jabs at each other. I don't know if anybody's brought that to your attention.
I have not, and I'm looking at it right now. How do you spell his last
Yeah,
name?
Nunez, Nunez, but I don't know if he did it under the DJT Twitter handle. I didn't. I'm failing you because I apologize. I don't know who initiated the, what do you call it, the string of.
Truth. It was on Truth Social.
Oh, Sandy's coming to my aid here. She's making coffee. She said it was on Truth Social.
Oh,
I think I don't know who threw the first punch, but it was Citadel by name, and accusations of naked shorting. And obviously, it was spurred on by the results of the election. I think, if I have to guess, I think it might have been Devin Nunes who threw the first punch and basically said, "We're coming for you." And as opposed to just letting it lie, to my surprise, Citadel or somebody on their behalf responded, basically accusing them of saying, "You're just whining that your stock price is collapsing, and you're going with the modern day boogeyman of naked shorts to explain it." And I can't remember what the last one I read, but I just thought it was interesting that they're going at it pretty hard now.
yeah. Well,
it doesn't
Boy,
necessarily mean
hit 'em.
anything to us explicitly, but again, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Anybody, and I mean anybody, who is worth a couple $1 million or more, who goes after Ken Griffin, or anybody who's engaged in naked short selling, is my ally for the meantime. Doesn't mean they'll remain so forever, but in the course of a world war, sometimes you make alliances with people you may not necessarily agree with totally, as long as they're after the greater good. And I think that's what I'm seeing happen.
yeah. The problem I have with that.
I thought it was newsworthy.
The problem I have with that is we had people like, why am I forgetting his name? Oh, Mark Cahotis, come in.
Yeah, I remember.
Long time short seller coming in here trying to tell us that we needed to, buy into his T0 because, screw the hedgies. And it wasn't what we thought it was. And everybody wanted to do that whole thing of like, my enemy of my enemy is my friend. And that's not always true. Your enemy of your enemy is actually your enemy sometimes. And it doesn't.
Sometimes,
it doesn't.
you're right.
And so it's really.
What
like,
about my anima? I've got to have another anima soon too.
When you just start painting everybody as that my enemy and my enemy is my friend, then you get into these problems where you start, hailing somebody as a friend, and then they're not. And then things go south on you in regards to that quote unquote friendship, and that's the one thing that I'm having a hard time with. Audio Tits and Real Rugged. Good morning.
Good morning.
I think the difference in this situation, KC, is that unlike Cahotes, Donald Trump now has tools at his disposal. He'll be able to choose regulators or swap out law enforcement agents that are in charge with investigating these sort of crimes that we're accusing others of, and I think that bodes well for us.
So let me describe
if somebody's breaking into houses and robbing jewelry through a whole neighborhood. If your house gets robbed and you decide to go investigate who the guy is, I stand to benefit from that.
Yeah, let me describe a scenario to you where I see that as a problem. If you have Donald Trump, who has his CEO of his company for his stock complaining very specifically about a specific market maker / hedge fund.
Don't be rude.
Welcome, yeah.
Complaining about naked shorting their stock, and then he comes in and he starts removing people that would potentially be responsible for looking into those individuals. Now what ends up happening? What does that get put Trump at risk for trying to manipulate markets?
No.
Oh no.
Yeah, no. He gets to choose. That's like saying if I'm elected, if
He
I'm
already got in trouble
elected
for
and I
Comey.
choose an attorney general. If I pick an attorney general that goes after, say, drug dealers, it doesn't make me a bad guy. I'm just saying the last guy refused to go after the drug cartels. My guy's willing to. My guy has a set of balls. He's going to go after the cocaine dealers.
He got in trouble for Comey.
What's that?
He got in trouble for Comey.
Well, that still hasn't played out yet. We're going to see how the courts treat Comey. That book isn't finished yet.
They said he got in trouble for coming.
When you say got in trouble, you mean they had friendly judges, Democratic judges that attacked him. Yeah, and I get it. He's even been convicted of a crime, and everybody's willing to say, yeah, he's a felon. I'm like, yeah, it hasn't finished out yet, though. We have to let the process play out. We have what do you call it? You're allowed for an appeals, and then after the appeals go, it may go as far as the Supreme Court. So yeah, just because they got some biased judge who was clearly adversarial to him to pass judgments, and it doesn't necessarily mean that's the end of the movie, though. That was my point. I just think if you have bad actors that are acting in bad faith, engaging in criminal activity with short selling, and the current administration, whether it's the SEC or the FBI, and none of those people are willing to investigate the crime, I'm encouraged if we have a new sheriff in town that says, I'm going to appoint a special board like the Untouchables who went after Capone. You know, Capone and the rest of his bunch during Prohibition, they ran buck wild until finally an administration come in and said, no, we're going to expend all expenses. We're going to spare no expense, and we're going to organize a group of agents, and we're going to go after these criminals. And it took a new political will to do that. And I view the criminal activity of those who are manipulating these markets in the same light that I do mobsters. It's going to take somebody in a regulatory capacity to put on a badge, strap on the big iron, metaphorically, and walk out and say, there's a new sheriff in town. It's time for all the bank robberies and the breaking and entering and the stealing of jewelry. It's time to stop. And I'm hopeful that we might be on the cusp of that. We'll see. I could be wrong.
Yeah,
do you actually think
Mrs. Parrott says no. She says it'll never happen.
I'm hopeful of it too, but I think that I think you'd be mistaken to think that there's not going to be ramifications from going in and appointing somebody who you want to be in charge of something that has dealings with something that you're involved with money-wise. I mean, there's some major problems with that when you're president. When you're president, you have to take all of your assets and you have to push them off onto somebody else to manage them for you, and you can't
put them in a trust.
Yeah, you can't have anything to do with that kind of
like Nancy Pelosi trading stocks and getting out of a position because they know that tomorrow they're going to sue Visa, so she dumps all of her Visa the day before. But
it's not through Nancy. It's through Paul. It's through Paul Pelosi. It's not through Nancy.
Yeah, I get it.
So that means we get it. Nancy gets a pass, a great pass.
I'm just saying sometimes you'll have a sheriff who looks the other way while you have 6 buildings cooking meth in your town because maybe he gets a little something in an envelope from time to time. And if you have a new election and you get a new sheriff and the old sheriff, the people of the community have had enough of them looking the other way. They wanted somebody to put a stop to all the meth labs. From time to time, you do have a new sheriff that gets elected. He comes in with a new attitude and a new policy that he's not going to look the other way. And I'd like to think that maybe we're on the cusp of change. Trying to find something positive to seize onto.
And Casey, I would just ask you: do you really? Would you? I know your perspective of, yes, it could potentially be bad for Trump from that angle, but does it, for the big scheme of things, for the billions and trillions and and the market and for what we're here to advocate for, I say, hey, come on, let's get someone in there to make some change.
Yeah, you say that, but then we already know that he likes Hester Pierce as a nominee. You
He
think
likes
that's
that?
You think,
Are you sure?
You think that's yeah? He said
No,
it
Hester
himself.
Pierce can suck
out of his own
Hester
mouth.
Pierce can gag on me.
Out of his own mouth. That's
Hester
who he
Pierce
wants
needs-
to put in. So you sit there and say like, okay, yeah, let's kick out Gary Gensler, but then you go like, okay, well, who are we going to put in to fix things? And the answer is Hester Pierce. F that.
No,
that's not a fix.
No, can't do Pierce. I realize that too. But what is Gary Gensler? So
when it comes to appointments, people throw around a lot of speculation, and they think, well, so and so talked about somebody favorably in the past, and I don't know that necessarily because he spoke favorably of Hester Pierce in the past that means that she's automatically can
Do
go
you know
ahead
who
and get
appointed
her
Hester Pierce?
nameplate made for the door. No, but I'm going to assume you say him.
Bush.
Was it Bush or was it Trump?
Hester M. Pierce was appointed to the U.S. Securities and Exchange Commissions by President Donald J. Trump. She was sworn in on January 11th, 2018.
There you go.
Oh, well,
he made a lot of mistakes. He made a lot of mistakes in 2018. He also let Comey and the FBI
Wait a minute.
basically bend him over the Resolute desk and go balls deep in his ass because he didn't know any better. So his mistakes that he made in his first time around are long, and Hester Pierce could fall under that. She's probably not the only person on a list of people that would represent choices that he made the first time around that were just incredibly wrong. And I guess we'll see. We're gonna find out going forward how he does this time.
Mm-hmm.
You can choose somebody like Casey. You can say Yucca, run my channel because I trust you, and I known you. But then all of a sudden I say, oh shit, look at all this power. I'm gonna super chat myself or put a button here. So and then he's like, and then you come and say, wait, I don't like that. Yeah, but you know what? I changed my mind. So you can only do so much. But I think we can't fix everything.
Uncle Casey. Good morning, everybody.
Oh, hi. How are you?
Good morning. Buenos dias.
Yeah, there you go.
Buenos dias, hoy.
I'm good.
¿Cómo está la boo?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good morning.
¿Te gusta la?
Good morning, everybody. How's everybody
Buenos
doing?
dias.
Do you like Hester Pierce?
For sure, he knows what he's done.
Well, anyways, good morning, everybody.
Sorry for the interruption, guys.
No, you didn't interrupt anything.
He went crazy. I want to talk to Uncle Casey. I want to talk to everybody.
That's it, man.
Anyways, I'm going to mute myself. Anyways.
Numbers?
Good morning. Good morning.
Well,
Numbers?
it is numbers time, and I'll get done with numbers. But no, I'm not. I'm not upset. I'm not at all.
How's your butt?
My butt's fine. My back hurts.
Oh, back. It's the same thing.
Yeah, no, it's not. It's not the same thing.
It's the lower back, the lower bottom.
It is. Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is definitely the tramp stamp area. Most definitely.
Oh, it's the firm bottom part of the back.
The upper room.
What do they call it? The puddle holder spot.
The tailgate. Is it the tailgate? Yeah, but I like to say
it's that nook of your
pull-out reservoir
of your back where the water from a shower loves to just hang out.
Ooh.
Yep.
Yeah.
Golden.
Mm-hmm.
Very nice. Very nice.
So I don't think he can. I don't think there's a president that can ever fix
you guys,
everything.
Poor little Angelo's over here listening.
We haven't said anything wrong except Hester Pierce. Hester Pierce. Very, very naughty words.
Yeah, bye.
Bye. He's like, I gotta get out of here, guys.
Yeah, Yucca there. He's gonna start talking about
Esther the Molester would be a great new nickname for her. Esther the Molester. She molests the markets. She molests the board, as a matter of fact.
Really?
We're going to get rid of her. We got to get rid of her.
I
Esther
just
the
think
Molester.
I just think no president's gonna be able to fix all the problems. He can only do best, and the priority right now is the borders. The priority right now is Peanut getting,
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
you know, getting everything under control, cleaning up house, and we can only do so much. But I don't think the stock market would ever be fixed, man. There's money involved. When there's money involved, there's greed, and it's very difficult.
I think the idea, I think a lot of us just want to see things happen like overnight. I think we all do. We all want to just see things change like super quick and fast. And that's just how everybody wants to see things happening in life. You want results immediately. And the unfortunate fact of the matter is that it takes time to change these kind of things. It takes a lot of time. And the real sad truth of all this is that even if an electoral president were to come in and put in a solid 8 straight years, you still can't even do everything that it is that you want to do in an 8-year span of time to try and change an entire the way that a country is working. This is a job that has to be done by many people consecutively, focusing on trying to move things in a certain direction, and it takes time. It just takes a lot of time because it's like weaving a blanket, it's in order to unwind what you've woven, you have to take time.
Yes, yeah, it takes time. I blame Percy Spencer for the instant gratification. So that's who is to blame, Casey. Percy Spencer.
Think about Sarbanes-Oxley, think about Dodd-Frank, think about some of these things that have gotten into place, but they all eventually get circumvented. And and then there's some excuse. Well, I'm a market maker. I can do this. And I'm a family office. I don't have to report that. There's so many, we're going to do it on the, the back end, and we'll do it off, all that crap. I didn't know that I was in the devil's bowl when I my first project out of college was getting hired for a company where you document. It was a British company that documented procedures primarily for banks. And you guys, I've said this before. I documented procedures for Credit Suisse. I documented procedures at Credit Suisse. I documented procedures at JP Morgan, and even Citi. It was a 2-year job, but and Santander, which was Santander Bank as well. I didn't know. I didn't know back then what I was doing. I was just documenting stuff. I didn't even know half the stuff. I was just documenting it. So it's kind of weird.
All this time, I guess we've been watching the wrong AMC, Casey. While Brian Carpenter is buying AMC X, we've been buying.
Don't say that.
Well, I know
it's
a joke. It's a joke.
I know. Well, I'll allow it this time. Casey will give me permission to allow it, and so I'll allow it as part of a joke.
It's a joke for Brian.
It's okay, Brian.
Brian, he's always in a good mood. And the rumors on the street going to $8. And the other
Donkey Kong put a thought in. He said Elon and Devin both hate short sellers. Yeah, I think that's pretty much it. I think that's an undisputed fact, Donkey Kong.
Oh, yeah.
I don't think anybody can argue with you. Elon has been on record many times, one of the richest men on earth, to say that the short sellers, they tried to rape him, and he survived it, and then he got a reach around on him, and he's in the halls of power now, so he'll have a voice. I mean, when you look at a video of Mar-a-Lago and you see people sitting at a table, and you got Donald Trump, the president-elect, you've got Dana from the Ultimate Fighting Championship, whatever, UFC, Dana White, which has been his friend and supporter. And then you have Elon Musk, the richest man, and they're all sitting there together, leaning in like three guys around a campfire. You have to know that they're thick as thieves. So I think it would be foolhardy not to think that Elon Musk is going to have an incredible amount of influence going forward, for good or bad. You'd do well to recognize that Elon will definitely be able to whisper in Donald Trump's ear for quite some time.
Elon.
I agree with you, man. But I think we're gonna, I agree with Pirate. We're gonna see a prosperous new year.
Yep, I'm excited for it. Look at the opposite of it. It could be worse. Trump could be like golfing buddies. You could have pictures of Trump and Ken Griffin out riding around in a fucking golf cart. They live on the same street.
Come on,
so, no, I'm saying it could be worse. Imagine if
gross.
Well, exactly. That's what I'm saying. You could have them on yachts. Their wives could be clinking champagne glasses and talking. I mean, I'd much prefer to have where we're at now, despite Hester Pierce or whatever. All of that aside, I'm still steadfast in my beliefs that there's no love lost between Donald Trump and Ken Griffin, and that works for me for now. We'll see. I think it'll take a little more time. It's just like all the people who ran around on Twitter and X for the better. Elon Musk made a point of pointing out that all the mainstream media showed everybody how deceitful they are, because they lied to everybody. The pollsters, they lied. They lied. All the mainstream media lied. On X, everybody knew on X that Trump was going to win forever. And now that he's won, he didn't just win, he won across it was a landslide by any measurable, demonstrable statistics. It was a landslide. And I made a joke about saying, when are the apologies going to come in about how everybody is wrong? And I'm telling you that they're wrong about all the rest of this as well. Donald Trump there was somebody come in here yesterday that tried to imply that Trump was friends with Ken Griffin. And I take the opposite side of the debate and I say, they are not. And that works for us for now.
I think people look at it incorrectly. It's not about friendship.
Money.
It's business. It's business, guys. And you can't. And every time somebody talks about friendship, it has nothing to do with friendship. It's all about money exchanging hands.
Well, it's whether it aligns, whether your goals align.
Yeah, some of y'all are taking this like way too personal. Like they care, whether or not somebody. I mean, of course they care whether or not they're getting shorted, but that doesn't change the fact that somebody's just trying to make money. And that anybody, they all are. They're all just trying to make money. Yeah. And so that doesn't change friendship.
The American way.
We are as business. Well as us. That's all we're trying to do.
You're all a bunch of filthy sluts.
Everybody's got to answer to somebody. Who are they really answering to? So again,
just because they hang out in the same circles doesn't mean they're buddies.
I answer to Mrs. Pirate. I hate to admit it, but I only answer to her. Mrs. Pirate is it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. So really,
do you pay Pirate? We know you pay her hush money. We know you do
pay
it.
Her?
Pay her?
We know.
Are you kidding?
Ooh.
I pay my wife hush money. I do. I say, please just buy the damn thing. I don't want to hear about it anymore.
There you go.
Man, all right. I gotta take you guys over to the other page here.
What's in the other
numbers?
Hey,
that's the picture, honey.
Can I say something real quick about this Ken Griffin thing and friends with and all that stuff? The one thing that I did notice is that Trump, which I like Trump, I'm a supporter, but I know that he is friends with Elon Musk, who Elon Musk has been caught mingling many times with Ken Griffin at baseball games, parties, and so forth. So it's within that inner circle. I can't say that he is going to be like, buddy with Ken Griffin or anything. I mean, obviously, Trump has made his comments about Ken Griffin, but it is kind of part of the inner circle, which is a little concerning. That's just my personal opinion. That's just one thing I've noticed. So I would hope that he would go after Ken Griffin. I can't wait till he fires Gary Gensler.
Perspective. It's a perspective.
Yeah. I mean, I keep coming back to the world's a stage and we're all actors. What if they're all acting in front of all of us and behind They're all playing golf, out watching baseball games.
Hey, it could be worse. Gary Gensler could have been the what, treasurer of the United States, right? Because that's what apparently that
Yeah, he
we're
was
looking
one of
for.
that. Yeah.
Ken
You know,
Griffin. Ken Griffin has done everything but buy billboards on the side of the highway that says, "Please give me an appointment. Please give me a cabinet appointment." When he's practically begged for it. So
Yeah.
that's going to be your first tell. Let's all keep an eye on. We'll make a game out of it. Let's watch and
well,
see if he gets
Ken
any sort of
Griffin,
appointment. I don't care if they make him the commander of libraries. It's bad. So that's going to be the first tell for me. If he gets a job anywhere, I don't care if they make him head of the mailroom in the Washington, D.C. Then we'll know right then and there that
The
our goose is
postmaster.
cooked. Yeah,
That's Yucca's appointment.
So we'll see.
But-
We'll see.
But wasn't
I'm willing
wasn't
to
Ken
bet. I
Griffin
got
trying to be
$100.
the
I got
treasurer?
$100 that says he does not get any appointment. I got $100 bill if anybody want to takes it. He's never going to get an appointment.
I might be willing to
Anybody?
take that bet. I might be
You want to
willing
take the Hondo bet?
I don't know.
And I base mine.
like to
base
bet
mine on
Cokes,
pettiness. I base mine on pettiness. I base mine on pettiness because Ken Griffin donated money to Nikki Haley in an effort to try to push Nikki Haley into the nominee instead of Trump. And Trump will never forget that. Everything. If you've never listened to him talk, everything about him is loyalty, and that doesn't show loyalty. If they had any kind of if they had any kind of a possibility of a relationship, he torpedoed himself when he gave money to at the time, which would have been I was Donald Trump's enemy at the time.
I don't see that. Though, Pirate. Like, I mean,
so you and I are running for mayor.
Pirate. Who did he pick for his nominee to run with him last time? They didn't have any loyalty. There was no loyalty between those two. There was zero loyalty.
There's
there.
other things. Yeah. Well, to pick running mates there's a political implication there. My argument is simple. If you and I are running for mayor of Pflugersville, and we're both running, and Yucca gives you $10,000 to run against me, Yucca's not my buddy anymore. You know.
Why?
I think Trump is a businessman, and he will pick whoever it's going to
pick sides.
He will pick anybody he needs to pick to make sure that things go the way he needs them to go for his.
We're going to find out.
He's trying.
They're already, they're already starting names. Somebody yesterday said that they wanted to see Massey be named as Secretary of State, but it's already been leaked that Massey is going to be the head of the Department of Agriculture. That was a little birdie whispered in my ear. So Massey, whoever it was, I think it was Donkey Kong or somebody who's a really big fan of Massey, and I am too. Massey's the guy who's he's calling out Congress for using taxpayers' money to hide sexual lawsuits and all sorts of things. So he's a good dude.
From him.
Yeah, but Massey, if you're curious, that's the first one that I can confirm that Massey will be the department. He's going to head up the Department of Agriculture. So.
I do know that Ken Griffin was buddy with DeSantis because he wanted to be his treasurer or secretary or whatever. So that was
it's true.
There's that.
Yeah, there's that whole $100 million thing.
I know.
Well, there's a club. There's a club. These guys, don't make no mistake about it, these guys all turn in the same circles. Elon Musk is going to be found at dinner parties where Ken Griffin's going to be there because birds of a feather flock together. These guys don't drink beer down at the VFW hall, in the local burg. They all hang out at the same clubs. They go to the same dinner parties. Part of their social entertainment is to give away money. Who can get the most attention by being the biggest donor to the Kennedy Center and that sort of stuff. So it's not unusual to think that people who are have adversarial business interest, or could be almost political enemies, if you will, to see them in the same room or on the same dance floors. That's just the way that machine works.
Word on the street, Casey. You're going to be doing numbers soon.
Yeah. Crazy, right? Shall we?
Let's do this.
All right. I'll take you guys over the other page here. I'm not going to be able to see what it is you guys are saying, so hold those personal thoughts, comments, questions, concerns until you see the big tramp back up on the screen again. Two-factor authentication, if you don't have it, you may want to consider getting it, as it could prevent somebody from getting into your account that shouldn't be there. If you do sign up for that and your broker allows you to put in a secondary device to be able to receive that access code, might be worth setting that up, as you never know when something's going to happen to your primary device. Let's take a look and see what we got going on here. Give me a second here. All right, starting with off exchange. Normally by this time of the day, I would expect to see about 60% going through off exchange and EDGX combined. We got 55.11% going through off exchange. EDGX is at 11.09. Combined total on that 66.2% or 6.2% higher than what I would expect it to be. LTSE volume for the day today on AMC is coming in at 9,941 shares. CHX volume for the day is 3 shares. I'm sorry, these numbers are for GME. I was looking at the wrong tab. Dang it. Give me a second. I was going to say those numbers look a little small. 60.04% going through off exchange on an AMC, 9.01 on EDGX. That's 9.05% higher than what I would anticipate. LTSE's volume, 43,463 shares. That was my first clue that there was something wrong there, because it was already dang near 30,000 shares an hour ago. A lot of volume going through LTSE right now. CHX volume is 0. Shares borrowed in the last hour on AMC. Does not appear that there has been any. Fees are at 1.02% with 2.1 million available. Rebates at 3.81%. Now looking at GME. Borrow fees for GME in the last hour have not changed. In total, for the day on AMC, there's been 700,000 shares borrowed through IBKR and 1.2 million for GME. Fees are currently at 0.37% with 2.6 million available and a rebate of 4.46 on GME. Vortex. Vortex is reporting 1.15 million shares returned on AMC for the day today. A lot of that's probably going to be the some of the volume that was taken out for shorting yesterday, which was 2.83 million. That's going to drop that estimated short-share interest of the free float to 15.05%. The cost of borrow ends at 0.68. Average is 1.06 and max is 1.12. Total amount of shares on loan for the day today is at 48.72 million shares. That's 2.83 million more shares on loan today than there was yesterday. Vortex is estimated about 360,000 of that is in new short interest. GME. As of an hour ago, there was approximately 181,000 shares having been returned. It's now 286,000 shares. That's going to cause the estimated short-share interest of the free float to drop a little bit more to 8.42%. The cost to borrow min is 0.03, average 0.8, max 1.23. For the day today, there's a total of 47.85 million shares on loan. Options. Highest amount of call volume as of an hour ago on AMC was at a $5 strike with 9.6 thousand contracts in volume. It's now 12.2. Highest amount of put volume was at a $4.50 strike with 2,000 contracts. That is still the case with the strike price being the most amount of volume, but the $4 strikes are really close runner-up at 2.33, 2,335. Not far off. Market's still suggesting a closing price between 4.5 and 5 by the end of the day today, surprisingly. I would suspect that before the day is over, those $4 puts are going to be larger in volume, and so that we see that more of a 450 target by the end of the day. Taking a look at GME, as of an hour ago, the highest amount of call volume was at 25. The highest amount of put volume was at 23. Highest amount of call volume now, 25 still, and 23. So the market's kind of targeting like a 24 close. It's 23.38 currently. Taking you over to the other screen. Orders by Fidelity customers, AMC and GME are the only two I'm looking for on this list. neither of which are on here. MMRI was 283.22 an hour ago, is now 283.43, so just slightly up. VIX is currently at 15.23, with futures suggesting it should be around 15.58, so it's only about a quarter lower than where the futures are suggesting, but it has been dragging down the futures. Oh, wait, I forgot the spread. Spread on the 2-year, 10-year. 0.147. It was 0.153 an hour ago. NASDAQ is up 1.27, Dow Jones is down 0.02, and the S&P 500 is up 0.6. We have 3,271 advancers to 2,703 decliners. The market is more advancing this hour than it was an hour ago. The two worst sectors for the day today is financials followed by energy. The top two performing sectors is going to be consumer discretionary, followed by technology. Of the Mag 7, all 7 are green. Financial institutions that have changed more than 2.5% since yesterday's closing price will get a shout out. FRC is up 7.69. Silvergate's down 6.98. Stank of California is down 2.56. U.S. Stank Core is down 2.99. Zion Stank is down 3.4. Wells Fargo is down 2.47. Charles Schwab is down 2.56. Western Alliance down 2.67. JP Morgan down 3.96. American Express down 2.68. Remember, a lot of these moves are the opposite of what they were doing yesterday, but to a lesser degree. Gold is currently up 1.26, breaking an uptrend into a downtrend. Silver is up 1.61, also breaking an uptrend into a downtrend. Ethereum Classic is down 0.98, consolidating after a little bit of a downtrend. Oil or dollar, the US dollar is down 0.58, seeming to find a rebound off of 104.19 and starting to trend up. Oil is down 1.88 and very slightly trending up, maybe consolidating after a trend up. Mortgage-backed securities are up anywhere from 0.66 to 0.77 and consolidating after a trend up. And SPY is up 0.64, trending up. VIX is down 6.95, trending down. IWM is down 0.1, consolidating. IWN is down 0.51, consolidating. Tesla is up 3.48, trending up. Amazon is up 1.87, consolidating after a trend up. Cinemark is up 0.62, trending up. It currently looks like consolidation, but it hasn't broken that trend up that it's been in since earlier this morning just yet. Doge is down 0.42, consolidating. Bitcoin is up 1.42, trending up. GME is up 1.26, trending up. HYMC is up 1.76, trending up. NCMI is up 0.61, trending up. Actually, it looks like consolidating after a trend up. Hood is up 0.4, trending up, and AMC is down 5.21%. And the trend trending up has been broken. We are in a downtrend currently. Inflow versus outflow. We have approximately $1.25 million more inflow than outflow. 7.75 million shares traded so far for the day today. After let's see here. 110, 120, 133 minutes? That's not right. 123 minutes. Looks like we're on a pace for about 24.57 million shares traded by the end of the day today. That is almost on target with what we saw for volume yesterday. But volume is going to more than likely continue to fall throughout the day as the day continues on. However, don't forget we do have the FOMC meeting here in approximately 25 minutes and 53 seconds. So we may see the market getting some early signals as to which direction it's going to head based off of a likely cut of 25 basis points. On a 4-hour chart on AMC, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 44.4, which is slightly below average. On a 1-hour time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 44.11, which is slightly below average. On a 30-minute time interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 45.95, which is slightly below average. And on a 5-minute time interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 46.64, which is slightly below average. And with that, I yield the rest of my time to the back of the big tramp. And I likely need to take off here soon. I'm really starting to feel the pain. But we're having such a good conversation, I don't mind talking some more. Rugged, what is that a picture of? You change your profile picture. I'm trying to figure out what that is. I can't tell. It looks like a bat standing at an open mic.
Yeah, I'm gonna probably remove that.
Oh, it was smoke.
Just like
it's smoke. Okay.
It is smoke. You're damn right. It's smoke.
No. It wasn't moving for me, and so all I saw was what looked like.
Yeah, it doesn't move until you touch on it.
When I touched on it, then the smoke moved, and I was like, "Oh, it's your old picture with smoke on it."
Yes, exactly. It looks like Victoria's Secret wings. In the meantime.
Yeah, with some little green sparklies on there. I'm going to go with gay.
You like that? Yeah. Pirate knows gay when he sees gay. It takes a man to know a man.
I'll bet you before the day's through, JJ the jet plane's got the same shit.
Yeah.
Impossible. He's flying today. Yep. El Doge. Somebody said congrats. Somebody said something to El Doge, and I'm not sure what he said. I'm looking for it, and I don't see it.
No, I thought we were gonna get like some type of report from Abe. Did that come out already?
From
what?
AIDS?
Didn't he say that yesterday that he was gonna put out a report, like a plan for the next
the
few
Go
years?
Plan.
Yeah, where is it?
I don't know. Haven't seen it yet.
Maybe it's on Investor Connect. I don't know if it'll go
just wrapped up his speech. He was 30 minutes late giving it. He was supposed to give it at 10. He showed up at 10:25. He spoke for 5 minutes. Too long, don't read. He essentially said there will be a smooth transition of power, and that the system works like it's supposed to. For anybody who's wondering what that was all about.
Who? Adam Aaron?
No,
the president.
Oh,
Joseph R. Biden.
You got to keep up, Yucca.
Yeah, goddamn, Yucca. Do you listen to anything that's said on here, or just the echo of your own voice coming?
No, I brought up the issue. I brought up the question of where's the TPS reports, and then
he just changed the subject on you, like willy nilly. You have to be free flowing.
Well, no, we stopped talking, so it's an open door. You can come in with any subject.
Yeah, let me change the subject. Can you print a nice picture of the Haktua girl by any chance?
Yeah, we can do that.
Like a 3D print of her. That'd be pretty cool.
Yeah. They already
and maybe have like.
There's an attachment that somebody already created where you put it on your Windex.
In your what?
Windex
Your
bottle. You know, the brand Windex.
Your what?
Like your spray bottle.
Windex?
The spray bottle. Wind. Yeah, wind.
Oh, yeah. The spray bottle. You're right. Like a spray bottle. Yeah. So every time you pull the trigger, it's like her spitting.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's genius. That is an ingenuity at its finest, right?
They got a soap dispenser made in her likeness, and when you stick your hand under it, it triggers a laser, and she spits soap into your hand.
Wow.
Yeah, it's a thing of beauty.
Mm.
Yeah. Cool.
Yeah, they got everything, man.
I put in the bubble that the article where Ken Griffin says he thinks that Trump is a bad leader. and
Yeah.
he's got bad policies.
Yeah, there's plenty of stuff. If anybody's willing to look into it, you can find plenty of evidence that they're clearly not best friends. They're not besties.
While we don't like Ken Griffin, I kind of wonder how much of any of our
I think entirely way too much emphasis is put on him, though. I feel like nobody even
that's what I'm
talks about
saying.
Larry Fink.
Yes,
you know, you want to talk about people who are manipulating markets. Larry Fink is probably the key one of them all, but nobody talks about him.
Right. He's
the guy from IKBR. Yeah.
Well, Interactive Brokers.
Yeah, I always forget his name. I can't think of it.
Is that?
Yeah.
Oh gosh, darn
speaks
it.
with accent.
Yeah, I can.
It's not Schwab.
Yeah. I think TD, some of the brokers. There's so many bad hombres.
Fetterby or something?
Fetterfly.
Yeah, very good.
Like
very
butterfly,
good.
butterfly. Who was that? Somebody gets cool points for that.
Yeah, who was that? Who was that? I bet that had to be UPS delivery guy. Was it?
Melior.
It was Melior? Nice job, Melior.
Where's UPS
guy?
Good job.
Is he in here?
He's
down there.
Where is he?
He's
UPS guy.
He's under you.
UPS.
He's the only guy willing to admit that he's a Baltimore Orioles fan.
I'm UPS guy. I am in New Carrollton today. I'm actually stuck on this bitch ass 495 Beltway right now.
You got a delivery?
I'm
You're in a
on
car?
the yes.
Your car does
and
never.
lock your doors.
It is so crazy. Your car never sounds like you're in a car, though. It's so crystal clear.
Yeah,
Did you mind me?
Pretty clear.
Do you mind me asking what kind of car it is? Can I? No. I believe you. I totally believe you. I just want to know what kind of car it is. I want to drive one that's that smooth.
It's just a Honda Accord.
Honda Accord.
So
wow.
Yes, sir. V6 though. They don't make the V6 anymore.
I love Hondas.
So
I love Hondas. Good car.
They are very reliable.
Yeah.
I will say that.
Yep.
I've been pretty pleased. But I am wearing my headset, and the headset, I attribute a lot of I don't use the speakerphone. You can't use these people. They come in here in the Discord. They come in here with their speakerphone, their Bluetooth, and I think about all the poor people that have to listen to that. Okay. And I think about the weird, the voice quality not so nice. But here I go out of my way to use my phone, which I'm using Waze on. I then turn on my.
You're a giver.
I am a giver.
You're all about.
You damn fucking right I am. You damn right I am. Okay.
Yeah, traffic's got him worked up.
Yeah. So I have my tethering turned on, which is your what does he call it? The hotspot. The Yucca loves my nuts. And so I've got the hotspot turned on.
I'm synced up.
And then I've got my iPad here on the seat with the adapter to the stereo output from the USB-C, and now I've got my headset on, and I'm serious.
Well,
driving an hour to go to an hour and a half.
I know you're trying to distract us with a shiny object. Let's go back to your little picture with the smoke. When I look up and see that, I see Elton John. When I see those little sparkly things, immediately my mind goes to Elton John. Or maybe,
if that's what you like, you like the big glasses on him too. He wears those.
What's up, Javi?
Those big glasses are good for
Elton John glasses, huh?
Yeah, I don't want to say that, but yeah. I mean, Elton John can do some decent music.
Yeah, Elton John it's very talented, but
yeah, just like the Queen or any of the Village People.
The Village People, yeah.
Yeah, sometimes
just very Elton John-esque is all I'm saying.
Yeah. Well, hey, that's all right. I don't think of Elton John a lot myself, but that's all right.
Maybe you will. Maybe you will now when you see that little sparkly green.
Okay. Actually, Pirate, really cool pirate themed avatars that I know you're not going to pay for it. I honestly was thinking of seeing if I could gift one to you. They are really cool animated like ship things and really cool. They are cool. Yeah. But
I'd be too afraid that it would have a glitter on it or little sparklies like you got there.
There's no glitter.
Do you have right now, if you were to turn your camera on, do you have like a feather boa around your neck?
No, but I have a pink shirt on.
Oh, okay. Well, that's close enough then.
Here. Here. I'll turn on my camera. Well, wait.
Hand over your man card, please.
You want my man card? You got to come get it.
Emphasis on
maybe
coming.
Liberace. maybe I should have went with Liberace. Maybe it has more of a Liberace-esque look to it, and Elton John might not have.
It's like a little pig here, right? Yeah.
Oh, hey, you got your little
There's a
aviator glasses on. Yeah.
Yeah. I did it in celebration of Biden and Elton John today.
Nice. Are you
Look,
also?
you want to buy me?
That's that guy next to you. If they have any, that's that guy next to you. If he has any gray poop on.
You look. You give me
You
a
want me to?
vibe of
Yeah. Roll the window down. Roll the window down.
No,
He
wants to move in. He wants to move in.
Wait. You have two phones?
He gave me the wave.
You have two phones.
I told you. I got the. Yeah, there's the phone, and there's me. I'm using my iPad and my phone.
Nice.
Yeah.
You give me the Sylvester Stallone vibes.
Can you rotate your camera, please?
Say Adrian.
Whoa.
Whoa.
Oops.
Is that what,
let the record reflect it. He doesn't have a pink shirt on. That's loud. That's even if you can get more gay than pink. If you can get more gay than pink, he managed to do that.
That's right.
Can we not get a landscape versus a profile camera view? Oh, now you're full screen. That's beautiful.
Yeah. No, but I don't like wearing. I feel like I'm a truck
that's
driver.
clearly stop and go. It's clearly
sucks.
stop and go traffic. I don't know why it would be so very hard for you to roll the window down and just inquire as to the availability of some gray poupon.
I should.
He doesn't want to do that in New Carrollton. He wants to keep the doors locked and the windows up.
You got to make first. You make eye contact, then you give them the old window crank, like roll the window down, roll the window down. They're going to play along because they're afraid you might be pointing out they have a flat tire or something, and then in your most serious voice, you have to ask them if and you got to remember to say, "Pardon me, sir. May I inquire as to whether or not you have any gray poupon?"
But of course.
The other Jay Brown wants to know what headset
if he
model
responds
is
with "but of course you went."
Tracy said it's illegal to drive with a headset. 15 years ago, got to take hands-free.
Really?
Damn it! I saw the cord. What are you talking about, Kim?
So, I don't know if that's true. Tell me. But I thought
I do think there is.
Maybe it is illegal too.
Yeah, I do think it is illegal to drive with.
Depends on what state you're in.
But you know what?
Wait a minute.
I mean,
don't truck drivers use these things all the time?
Yeah, it's different state to state.
Pilots use it because they're in the air. It's not a lot of
pilot.
Anyways,
pilot.
What headset? I really want to know too. The other Jay Brown says, what headset model is it?
It is. Oh, hold on.
Hold on, pull over.
Cost.
The brand is that Hyper brand. It's like a
Hyper?
gaming thing. Yeah.
Fuck.
Hyper
Now,
something.
I'm a little confused because I had problems with this the other day when I was trying to get ready for work and streaming and all that kind of good stuff. And you don't get like headset hair.
I might. Well, yeah, sometimes. Yeah.
You just don't care.
A little
You're
bit.
like, you're like screw that. Who cares?
No, I just go to. I mean, if I have a conference call or whatever, a Teams, Microsoft Teams call or whatever, I just go in. I'll just after I listen
before his photo shoot. Before his photo shoot starts, he goes. They got hair and makeup people. He's got
Yeah,
hair and makeup
yeah.
people. They go through the whole thing
Yeah.
for him before he.
His voice
Yeah.
overrides the hair.
Yeah, I have a picture of Pirate actually on my,
On your
taped
dashboard?
to my laptop. Yes.
Yeah, right.
And that
on your
motivates
dash-
me to go back to slick my hair back a little bit more in the bathroom after I make my call. My hair evens out, distributes itself evenly.
What the hell is going on with this? The company that defrauded the world is going back up then.
I will find out make and model of the headset. It was like $60-$70 from like Best Buy.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, it wasn't too bad.
That's not bad.
Here, let me. Go ahead.
Can you just drive like a DJ with one headset and kind of move?
Yeah,
you know,
maybe.
This way you don't get a
DJ.
ticket.
Oh, I can't say that, but yeah.
Yeah, you can.
Yeah. Let me see if I can put on a. Let me switch my headset and see if there's a difference between this versus a corded lightning cable traditional Apple headset. Okay.
Oh, this is gonna be bad. Preacher,
Somebody
good morning.
wants to.
Papa Mac, good morning. Tech, good morning.
Morning.
Papa Mac, did you hear that I played
Oh,
yesterday
wow.
the other version of that song?
I did.
Yeah, I
Is
like
the
that
wrong
one.
line?
I know I'm not supposed to
Morning,
like
guys.
country music, but I actually kind of like that one a little bit.
Like you were saying, you never know what you're going to get until you press the button.
Yeah.
Oh, shorts are covering.
Well, the JJ, whose real name apparently is Jerry, he's a little upset right now over the fact that there's a song out there that's kind of disparaging towards the name Jerry, and so he's hurt, and I felt like maybe we could come up with a song that would help him feel a little bit better. I don't know if you'd want to work with me on that or not.
I thought the fact that it hurt his feelings made it even better.
Yeah.
I heard him telling you that.
I'm glad he's flying right now.
He doesn't
I
want
can't
the
hear
secret
this.
to get out because he was actually named for his grandmother. Her name was Geraldine, and it's a girl's name, so he's a little embarrassed by that. So try not to. Don't ask him about that. Don't ask him if you see JJ. Don't ask him if it's true that he was named after his grandmother. I wouldn't do that if you saw him.
Well, now it sounds like we have the making of the new song. FKC, if you want to write the lyrics, I'll be glad to plug it in. It'll be Geraldine.
All right. Test.
That is so not as good.
Yeah,
Definitely
that's
not as good.
you went backwards there.
And that's an Apple product, right? That's an Apple product.
This is an Apple headset.
Fail.
Fail.
Yeah, that's 50% worse. Yeah.
Okay. Well, there you have it.
It has a sound of an echo, not an echo, but like you're talking from the bottom of a can.
Okay.
Hollowness to it.
Yeah. Well, so it is truly in the headset that not only noise canceling, but it's also
quality of the mic.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a fail.
Yeah.
Basically, if you don't afford an expensive headset, you don't care about people. Oh, fuck you.
That's right. That must be it.
Yeah. I have been increasingly dissatisfied with Apple accessories in the last, I don't know, probably 5 years. And it all started with their AirPods.
No.
Trash. Just absolute trash. I'm getting to the point to where I refuse to buy any more of their product, and I'm just going to go third party.
Yeah.
See, that's the exact opposite of Geraldine, the jet pilot, was in here yesterday, and he was singing the praises about how they were the greatest thing since sliced bread. Because I guess he's got them now. So.
So, what the hell?
Guys, my back is just absolutely really jacked up right now, and I think I need to get off here, or else I'm going to be suffering for later. So, well, I already know I'm going to be suffering for later, but I need to get some Tylenol now, so I'm not.
Well, thanks for spending the morning with us.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I wish I could go longer. I really wish I could.
No, it's all good. Maybe you can tune in to Papa Mac's channel and just listen.
Yeah, I can do
Casey,
that.
if you want,
I do
sorry,
have to. I have to bug out of here to do blood work. It's going to take about an hour or so. So I'm going to be gone for about an hour. I can either start up the stream and leave it running, or Casey could do the same again. Are you still streaming, Casey?
I am right now. I could leave this running, but I got to move away.
I'll be
from this
back in
chair 'cause
about an hour and a half. I'll probably be back in about an hour and a half.
I might be able to throw some ice in a ice pack real quick and then be able to sit down for a little bit longer because this is just like it's just way too painful right now. It's super painful. I literally feel like I get hit in the kidneys. It's what it feels like. It feels like I'm getting stabbed in the kidneys.
Yeah, but I'm confused. Why, with modern medicine and chemicals, no one should be in pain. There's absolutely no reason to feel pain in this modern age. So that's on you. If you refuse to take something to knock those nerve endings down,
there's downsides to the pain pills too. It's not all roses.
Yeah. And I try to avoid that because I don't want to. First of all, I don't want to be taking 1,500 milligrams of Tylenol every
for 2 days. I mean, I hardly think 2 days is going to turn you into a fucking meth addict.
You never know.
It's up to you. I can start up the stream if you don't even want to mess with the KC and just leave it running, or if you want to.
I'll leave this running. I just need to go get some ice in an ice pack and get it on chilling. I got to get my back chilling here in a minute. I'll be back. You guys talk it out.
Casey,
yeah.
Because I don't know if I'll be around here, and I wasn't on for a while. But if you want for a moment, I can turn on my webcam and show you our new pupper.
Let's see.
Oh, absolutely, man. Let's see the dog. Yeah.
Didn't have a chance to share this with you guys. See if it's working. I'm gonna wake you up now.
Thanks, Casey. We'll see you back in bed.
Yeah. Aw. Look at that cutie pie. And he already loves Dad too. Look at that. Looks in the faces. Oh, those little puppy kisses are the sweetest. Until that breath turns nasty.
Yeah, exactly. Till that it still smells like milk for now.
Here, kitty, kitty, kitty.
He hasn't done enough butt licking yet for that bad breath to really kick in.
It looks like a Rhodesian Ridgeback.
No, he's a Staffordshire Bull Terrier, so it's basically like an Amstaff but smaller size. It's gonna get all it's pretty short but muscular, basically.
Ooh, musculature.
Kind of like Ryan.
Ruffles have ridges, but so does your dog. What's his name?
So does your rectum.
Huh?
Wally.
Wally?
Food dog.
Oh, nice.
Wally. Wally.
That's cute.
Wally.
Oh, okay.
Dog.
Okay, now go back to sleep.
Dog.
What a good puppy.
Yeah, he is.
He looks like a cuddle bug, so that'll be fun.
Mm-hmm.
All right, I gotta go to a meeting. I'll be back in 2 hours.
Check your hair.
Is Jerome speaking?
Check your hair.
Thank you, guys.
He didn't speak till later, but we have the results
You get him.
happening in 2
You get him,
minutes.
Liberace.
Okay.
All right. Results in 2 minutes on the FOMC, and I'm gonna head out here, guys. To just
keep it
go
tight.
get ice. I'm gonna get ice. I'll be right back. I'm gonna hit the restroom too.
Wash your hands. Yeah, okay. Do you have a permit for that avatar to keep that avatar on the inside? Looking at my stats from my streams, my Papa Mac late night edition from a Saturday or two ago, I did a late night one, 49 views. Yesterday's stream, 894. Apparently the late night is not that popular.
Good for you, though. You got 800 views. That's something to be proud of.
Say, I was thinking it was because of the earnings why yesterday was so high, but the day before election day, no earnings, it was 920 views. So it would actually beat yesterday. Interesting. The trivia game had to be the trivia game. However, you'll get a kick out of this. I have a Facebook friend, one of the few that I know for sure is a liberal, and we every once in a while we'll have some decent, polite discussions. Not often, but every once in a while. But normally we
Sure.
just comment each other's vacation pictures or whatever. And she lives out in Utah, but she's like posted a picture, said they went on a hike and the day after the election because they didn't know what else to do, and all their friends. And one of them, it's like, I honestly don't know how to move forward. More than half the country wants a liar, cheat, and felon. ... Wow. Anyway, but enough of that.
I would argue that it shows a serious lack of introspection. I don't know what kind of evidence people need to be presented with. I don't know how overwhelming it needs to be before they recognize that the issue is theirs. That like I said, for the longest time they tried to paint us as the weirdos or the extremist. We were the extremist, or all that sort of thing. When it and now it's been revealed with indisputable evidence that we are not the extremists. We make up the bulk of the country. That's literally what the popular vote means. This is what, and not just by a small margin, by hundreds of millions. So what you have now is you have people who are they don't know how to support their narrative. It's been crushed, and there's only two possible explanations: that the entire time they've been wrong. Everything that they've believed in or they've supported is wrong, and that's unfathomable to them. So what you see is that arrogance of, in spite of all of that evidence, they refuse to see that maybe they're the ones who need to reconsider their positions. I'll tell you what it reminds me of. It reminds me, in my industry, we needed some people who had very specific skills. And from time to time, we'd have to fire one of those guys. And if I would fire a particular guy, and then because they had this particular skill set, they could go really quickly and get another job. But what you would find was once their character flaws were revealed at the new employment, they would ultimately be fired there. And that would play out over, let's just say, the 5 companies that did what I did.
Yeah.
So what you would have is a guy who gets fired from all 5 companies, And then he eventually makes his way back to my office again, begging for a second chance or another bite at the apple. And my question to them was always the same. Is the fact lost on you that you've been fired from 5 companies in short time, and yet you still remain entrenched in your position that it's the employers who are the transgressor, that these business owners are the evil ones? And I don't know how you help somebody. I think people like that are beyond help, so.
Yeah. Hey, I hate to cut this short, but I got an appointment I got to get to, so I'm going to cut out of here and I'll be
Yeah,
back.
man, do your thing. Come back when you can.
All right.
We'll be here as usual.
All right. See you guys.
Thank you.
Twisty says, I thought the OMC meeting results were at 2 Eastern Standard Time. I can't help you with that, Twisty. I thought for sure they're today, and but I'm sorry, my friend. I don't know exactly the hour that that's supposed to come down. I know I keep I know what I see on the TV. So if I see a banner or any kind of crawler on the bottom of the screen that brings anything up that's newsworthy, I'll be happy to share that with you. And I'm quite certain that the major networks will cover whatever it is that they announced today. I mean, it may not be the very second that the news breaks, but as soon as I know, I'll share it with you.
I just looked on the Wall Street Journal and it said 2 o'clock.
There you go. UPS driver says 2 o'clock. So you would be right, Twisty.
What's up?
I just noticed I didn't
Good
mute
morning,
myself.
by the way.
I apologize.
You're fine.
I'm back.
Hey, buddy.
Hey, Rex. How's it going, man? Good to see you. Auto
Good day,
365. Yeah, Auto 365 also. Welcome. It's I lied. I am out of here. Melissa just said that she's just a few minutes out from grabbing some food and coming back home. So I need to. I unfortunately need to close this down.
Lucky man.
Yeah, she's bringing me some food here,
Yep.
so I need to go eat. Since yeah, I know. But since Papa Mac said that he would be gone for a while, I'll just leave this running because I'm obviously not going anywhere. I'm just going to be eating, so I'll leave this running, and you guys can.
Oh, thank you, sir.
Hang out
Appreciate
here
that.
until
Yeah, he might not be back for another hour or so.
Yeah, let him. Because I got to leave
Most
for
kind
work
of you.
at around like. Yeah, I need to leave for work before or after he gets back. So, yeah, I'll see you guys back on here in a bit.
All right. Enjoy your food.
Yeah, I'll see you guys later.
Tyler is asking in the live chat, what do the kitty emojis mean? Tyler, that's up to each individual to decide for themselves. No one has at least to my knowledge, no one has provided a key, anything, or a deciphering code, or yeah, I think that's what they call it, a key that would clearly declare what each one of the emojis stands for. I think it's open to interpretation. There's been no shortage of guesses, and KC is not immune to that. He's gone on record many times as to what he thinks some of those symbols mean and how they align with certain calendar events. I think that's the general consensus, is that they were meant to line up with a calendar. And so yeah, you have to kind of, each person has to decide. I guess it's like an interpretation of, left up to the individual. I did find it interesting, speaking of that sort of activities, yesterday in Papa Mac's channel, somebody come in, it was a name I didn't recognize, and I missed my chance. I should have really drilled down on it a little harder, but their message was very short, and I apologize if I don't quote it perfectly, but it said, "Hello gang, where are we all moving our money to next?" What's the, and I thought to myself, man, that is a really odd thing to say, because first of all, it implied that we all get together and decide what we buy or sell, and that's just foolish. And then it implied, and because we've already done it, what are we doing next? And I really wanted to rip into that person, but I was either medicated to the point where it allowed me to give him a pass, or I got distracted from a squirrel. But if I had a chance to revisit that, I don't know that I'll get a chance to swing at that pitch again, but it did catch my eye. I did see the first of what I'm certain is going to be many future postings that were worded. I apologize that I can't quote this one, but it was the first one that openly said that the whole thing's going to come crashing down and it's Trump's fault. I think I called that out of it a year ago, that's how this would play out. And it brought me a great deal of pleasure to see yesterday that it's in line with, lockstep with my thesis, that all of this has been an orchestrated effort to delay the inevitable, to allow them to escape taking any kind of responsibilities for it. And I was not disappointed yesterday. Not 24 hours, 48 hours from the election announcement, seeing the very first one of, it was pretty brief. It's essentially said the economy is going to crash and the stock market with it, and we're going to have Donald Trump to blame for it. I thought, there it is. There it is. I had to exercise a little self-control, because I want to respond and point out the error of their comments to each and every one of them, and that's my character flaw. But I didn't take the time. I just moved on. But I wanted quickly to point out that all these years of these policies that are creating this house of cards that's getting ready to collapse. I don't know how anyone in good conscience could say, yeah, it's the new guys. He's the reason. The new guy that's in charge, he's the reason the ship's sinking. Okay. Good luck selling that dumb shit. See who buys it. Hedge Trimmer 10 says, yo, KC, the two clowns you got up here spewing misinformation is sad. That's unfortunate, Hedge Trimmer. Would you care to elaborate more? Or is this just like some childlike tantrum where you like, are you that guy that just drives by and hollers, yells cuss words out the window of a school bus? Feel like the cool kid in class, or are you prepared to share more, share some evidence? Donkey Kong says it doesn't matter how ridiculous it is, they will still blame him. That's been my theory.
Pirate, if I can add something to the topic you were mentioning earlier.
Sure, Richard.
About people not being able to accept blame. When you're a narcissist, you're perfect. Everyone else is wrong. That's basically it.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I never thought of it that way, but you're probably right. It's Trimmer 10. We're waiting, man. It's quiet. Casey is enjoying the lunch that Melissa graciously has provided for him. It's kind of quiet, and I thought you'd have I thought you'd have something more to share. I do so enjoy a good debate, a spirited argument between intellectuals who can gather their thoughts and then put them out there in a well-worded declaration of what they're doing. Based on your poor grammar and your sentence structure, I'm gonna go out on a limb here and say you may not be particularly well educated, or for that matter, a good writer or speaker, but don't let that hold you back. I mean, if you feel that if you feel so passionately about the misinformation and the clowning, well, then you should take it upon yourself to set everybody straight. Nothing. Quiet. Like Dynamite said, crickets. Mike, I guess he's just another of the group of children on the internet who just kind of, I guess they entertain themselves by bouncing around from live stream to live stream, and like a modern day person who goes around tagging walls and putting graffiti up. Oh, he's back. Hang on. Hedge Trimmer 10. I'm a data scientist, highly educated for the record. Outstanding. Well done.
He's doing some money on the side, I guess.
Yeah.
Posting comments.
So now that we've established that, there we go. There must be a lag on the feed because I'm messaging. Okay, fair enough, Hedge Trimmer. Listen, I don't have the ability to open up a microphone for you in Discord, but I'm more than happy to act as your mouthpiece. I'll be willing to read anything that you post, share it with the rest of the class that you feel like might help make your case that people are A, clowns, and B, that they're spewing misinformation. So the floor is yours, good sir. By all means, have at it. I'm excited. This beats the hell out of listen to KC chew Doritos and wash them down with lemonade. This would be much better. Hedge Trimmer 10 says, did you see the case law link I sent? No, I haven't seen anything, and I don't know that KC has this chat set up that allows the sharing of links.
No, I think only
So,
admins can, only moderators can do it.
yeah, there you go. Preachers adding some fact. So there, the answer is no, hedge trimmer. But you're more than willing to give us the too long don't read version. Give us the Reader's Digest version. I think one of the big reasons, hedge trimmer, that he prohibits the posting of links is because, and I might be speaking out of turn on this, Kate, maybe Preacher can help me, but it's my understanding that that's one of the ways that malware can be shared. If you click on a link that's not been vetted or what have you, it's one of the ways you can import some pretty nasty stuff to your computer. So I can only guess that that's one of the many reasons he has for not letting people post links on. But I'm a little confused. Your initial statement that they're clowns and misinformation being spread, and I'm still waiting for your evidence that supports that claim. Hedge trimmer. You said you provide evidence. So did I. I don't. You were talking high and mighty about providing evidence, but I cannot. Mm. I'm unsure about talking high and mighty. I'm not real clear what that's regarding. I tend to communicate in almost the same exact way, so I'm a little confused by that. Donkey Kong says data scientists are not good at sharing links. Wesley says give us the too long don't read. Tech We Love says what topic, Hedge? What, you give us the talking appointments? Hedge Trimmer says you read that backwards. I'll read it again. I'll play along for you, Hedge Trimmer. You said provide evidence, so I did. You were talking high and mighty about providing evidence, but I cannot.
No, I mean, you can tell us what it's about. We can look up if it's a link. It's
Yeah,
somewhere online. We can look it up.
Yeah.
So tell us, what should we look up? I mean,
you can help us out a little bit, Hedge Trimmer. We'll need at least a give us the topic or what's it? An overview. How's that? Give us a broad overview. I'm disappointed. I thought this might be engaging or entertaining or full of knowledge and bringing up some sort of points that I wasn't aware of or I failed to see. And right now, all I'm getting is a confusing, to say the least, set of communication transmissions. I don't know what to make of all of it. So I tried, folks. Jay Medro says invite him to Discord and let him speak. I would be happy to do that, Jay Medro. I don't have the ability to do that on KC stream. He's the final filter as to he doesn't want people to be able to come into Discord if they are clearly up to like ugly activities, things that they're not there to move forward with any sort of a hypothesis or theory. If their only purpose is to create discontent or to sow division, then I don't think he wants them to have access. I don't have a problem with it, but it's not my decision to make. But again, he's more than welcome to type anything he wants in. Oh, here we go. We got something. It sounded to me like you were disparaging Jean Carroll's case. If I was incorrect, that call out, I apologize. And I think there's a real possibility, Hedge Trimmer, you might be on the wrong channel or you got your wires crossed up, because I don't remember anyone talking about the Jean Carroll's case. Not recently. I mean, I've spoke about it before. I know who she is. She's a fucking lunatic, but that's neither here nor there. But I don't remember today specifically speaking about it. I'm not going to say I've never spoke on the topic. For those of you unaware, that's one of the people who brought a pussy grabbing lawsuit against Trump or something along those lines. She also, if my memory serves, the same person who's that's all. That's who the person is. But yeah, I don't remember that being a topic of our conversation anytime recently here. But Twisty Swifty says, "Come on, pirate." He's saying he can prove you're spreading misinformation, but doesn't have proof. Yeah, I get it, Twisty. I think he's made a real solid case for himself. Well, the first accusation was that the word clown. There are two. I don't know who the other one is. Look, I can't speak for others, but I'm happy to assume the role of clown A. He said that KC has two clowns on here. And that was particularly unkind, and I don't know if I'll be able to sleep tonight as a result. But then behind that, he said we're spewing misinformation, and I'm always willing to admit when I've done something wrong and eager to make up for my mistakes. But I'll need some direction. I'll need some help on that. Head Trimmer says, "Wait, did you just say she was crazy?" I hope I don't have. I hope I don't have my women mixed up. Is she the same one who it was revealed that she has some sort of like unhealthy obsession with rape? I'm not sure. I want to make sure I got the right person here, because I'm getting old and I am just a drunken pirate. But is she the one that went on record and said that she found rape sexy? Is that the same one? Help me out again. And if you can confirm that for me, then we can continue this. Yeah. Or I've mixed up with. Okay, wait a minute. Hedge Trimmer 10 says, so Jimmy Cap 1 is a woman hater. Well, I don't know that he's gone on record that he hates all women, but I think he's calling her a skank. So I would argue that, again, this is grammatical. I'll help you out with your grammar, Hedge Trimmer. I think he's going on record that she is a skank. Not all women, just her. He says, "No, I love one." There you go. See, Jimmy, I shouldn't speak for myself. Jimmy Cap is here.
Well, I think we're dealing with someone with leftist ideology, where if you hate one person, whatever that person is, you hate the whole group. So
Oh,
if I hate
that's
a
interesting,
guy, I
preacher.
hate men. If I hate, I don't know, a black guy
Right.
for breaking into my house, I hate black people. If I hate
Exactly. Yeah.
a woman for, I don't know, running me over with her car, I
I'm
hate all
disappointed.
women.
Yeah, I'm disappointed.
yeah.
And I'm disappointed in our new friend. I thought our new friend Hedge Trimmer was going to bring something of substance, something that we could spend our time on and debate the merits and try to find out whether or not anyone needs to rethink their positions. But it looks like that's not to be. I guess I can assume, and he can correct me if I'm wrong. I guess I can assume that Hedge Trimmer is an anti-Trumper. So he certainly has the sound of a never Trumper about it. The fact that he's brought up, rather rightfully or not, my comments towards this character, this lady, E. Jean Carroll or what have you. I don't remember even recently speaking about her case, but he seemed eager to interject that into the conversation today. So the only thing I can think of is perhaps it's someone who's a little displeased with the fact that they didn't get their way at the ballot box, and he's looking for someone to vent towards today. That's unfortunate, you know. Well, grammar issue. He says you guys are really struggling with the grammar issue here, and I'm trying to honor my agreement with him to read all of his messages to keep things fair and balanced. Since I have the availability to use a microphone, I don't want him to be at a disadvantage. Out of a sense of honor, I'll try to keep that up with that. He said you guys are really struggling with the grammar here. Okay, that's fair enough. But that aside, help me understand how. Again, the clown issue was a personal attack. So I'd like to think that we're not clowns. Maybe we're misinformed, and you can help us learn. So we'll just set aside the whole accusations of being clowns and just help me understand. Your initial claim was disinformation being spewed, and then when I press you on that to give me an example, you're bringing up a conversation that I don't even remember having.
Talking about, you said something about Trump not being.
Oh, Mrs. Pirate's helping out here. She said that he may be. She's even helping out Head Trimmer. She said it may be because I was talking about Trump at length and how him being charged with crimes and all that. Okay, there you go. See how this is how fair and balanced we are, Hedge Trimmer. Mrs. Pirate is engaging on your behalf. So you should be pleased with that. Excuse me. So if I'm caught up to speed now, the misinformation being spewed was regarding Trump and whether or not he is a felon. Okay, I'm with you. I got it. You have to be patient with me. So I think I was thundering away about the fact that they'd like to declare him that he was a convicted felon, and I think I went to great lengths to say that it hasn't been tested by the appellate court yet, meaning one judge who was, in my opinion, biased, and a jury of his peers was not afforded him. They stacked a jury against him in a hostile environment. And it's my position that it was used as a political tool. They used this term lawfare as a way to try to, another one of the tools they tried to prevent the American people from having their way. See, once again, the entire country, the popular vote in this country, and that's how we do things here. Everybody has to say, the entire country says we want Trump. The overwhelming majority. I misspoke. I didn't say the entire country. The popular vote, the majority of the country, and in an effort to deny all of those people, that entire continent of people that says this is our man, there are a select few that said we don't care what you want, and we'll do anything we can to deny you that. And that's what I saw happening. I saw them bring charges up along with the foolishness in New York where they tried to seize his property. These girls that are coming out, they waited 50 years about how he rubbed up against her titty in an elevator 20 years ago, and somehow or another he's a rapist now. I get it. I would like to point out that yes, he was tried and convicted, but he wasn't tried and convicted of rape and all that. That's more misinformation. A lot of folks love to lie, and I'm all about a good debate, but I don't participate with liars. And he was never convicted of rape or any sort of sexual assault. If I'm not mistaken, the conviction that he got was about how he was, I guess, disparaging her character or calling her a liar. I'm unfamiliar with the particulars of it. But at any rate, a judge did find him guilty. But the important part of my statement was he has a right to say the judge was biased. This was unfair. See, in America, a judge can be found to be biased, or many judges have been removed from the bench. Some judges have been sentenced to prison. Simply being a judge and wearing a robe doesn't make you some sort of a godlike presence where you're immune from laws yourself. And I would argue that a court system, that's how far they went. The people who wanted to make sure that Trump couldn't be elected, they used a legal system against him. And she played a role in that. But I think it was particularly embarrassing for those who, and I'm quite concerned myself, how someone who appears to be intelligent, hedge trimmer, how you could be duped. I mean, if you're as educated as you claim, you look at her and what you see as a credible witness. I mean, I didn't personally interview her, but there was no shortage of interviews where she spoke and talked and revealed her character and everything about her. So is it your position, sir, that you heard her, you listened to her, and you paid attention to her? You found her credible? Is that it? She, in your estimation, your educated mind, you found her a credible witness, and you in no way found the timing of it suspect or anything else. Is that the case?
Hey,
what's up, guys?
In the same thought,
Danny.
I came out of my mom's vagina without asking for permission to touch her over there. So,
Yeah,
fuck me, I hope
yeah.
I'm not
You
gonna get sued.
assaulted your mother.
Yeah, I think so. I think so.
Exactly.
What did I
Goddamn.
just step into?
We got a new friend, a guy, his name's Hedge Trimmer. I don't know if he's in the landscaping business or what. Hedge Trimmer 10. And he dropped in, and as KC left for lunch, and left a message admonishing KC that KC has 2 clowns in here spreading disinformation. So
Wow.
we were giving him an opportunity. We were kind of bored. It's quiet, Danny. There's not much going on, and we thought we'd spend a minute or two and let Hedge Trimmer make his case. I mean, let him explain himself, and maybe we can see the error of our ways and we can change. And that's kind of what we're working on right now.
2 clowns. Wow. Takes one to know one. Tell him.
Well, nah, Danny, we're not doing that. It's a kinder,
All right,
gentler
all
world today. He is going to, he or she, I don't want to, what they call it, misgender or whatever. I want to give them every opportunity to, like I said, if I can identify a character flaw, and if it's brought to me by someone who clearly has my best interest in mind, like Hedge Trimmer does, I think he's shown himself to be someone who cares about others, and he obviously wants it to be a better place, the internet in general. I'd like to think that he's there in furtherance of that. He's here to help us, and we owe him a debt of gratitude for that. So, but I just need a little more to go on. Just calling me a clown.
I asked him why you brought it up after Casey.
Yeah, Sandy said she's just curious as why you waited till KC left to bring it up. That was curious, but
I mean, that was.
she thought if the question was indeed for KC, you think you might have posed the question while KC was here. So it's
Did someone
strange.
did someone say clown? I'm here.
Hey,
I keep hearing clown. I'm
What's
like,
up,
okay,
buddy?
What's up? I mean, you can't start the entertainment without me. Come on now.
Oh no, never.
Easter B says he's talking about the E. Jean Carroll or whatever her name is. She got the story from a Law and Order episode. Yeah, that's my understanding, EB. I think the story that she told, that was her firsthand account of this sexual assault that she suffered, how he was really trying to get up on those panties. Strangely enough, I get it that it's almost verbatim plagiarism, if you will, from a Law and Order episode. And I think that was one of the arguments that was made against her credibility as a witness. That, along with all the other, again, there's lots of information out here. I mean, this is, I would encourage people to judge for yourself. I don't want to be the spreader of disinformation. Take some time out of your day to day and do Hedge Trimmer a solid. Give him or her the respect that they deserve. Go look up E. Jean Carroll. Do your searches. I'm sure your search bar will explode with any number of offerings of her speaking, her own voice. Go listen to her for about an hour and then come back. We'll talk more. I think that's fair. I think in order to keep things fair and honest and on the up and up and keep us all from lying to each other or bending the narrative, let's start out with that. Everybody gets a little homework assignment. Take 2.3 minutes out of your busy day and do a Google search for, I think her name is E. Jean Carroll, and just listen to any, this is how confident I am, any random interview. Listen to her speak for 5 minutes and then ask yourself a simple question. Is she or is she not crazy as a shithouse rat?
Ooh.
We'll see.
Making rhymes. Nice one. I like it.
Yeah, the shithouse mouse. I can tell you what my read on it was. My read on it is a girl who's probably obsessed with sex. I don't know if it's because she doesn't get enough.
I am.
Because of her obvious mental, I'm gonna be kind here, oddities that she displays. She probably wrestles. God knows how she interacts with her interpersonal relationships, her ability to attract men and hold their attention for any length of time that might result in fulfilling sex or romance. It's probably been a lifelong struggle for her. So as a result, aside from her ability to do nothing else other than, I guess, self-pleasure work as a relief valve, she has become immersed in some sort of fantasy world where she creates these situations in her mind where she is the victim of these ravenous sexual attacks. Yeah. And you don't have, like I said, so that's my read on it, but I could be wrong. I mean, I could be misunderstanding. I mean, there's also a couple of videos of her where I think she owns a little property where she's gone out and I don't know, I think took paint and painted names on her trees, and she's got some little rocks that she paints and keeps out in the woods and all that kind of stuff. So again, I don't want to paint a portrait of her character that is in any way inaccurate, because I don't want to be a misinformation guy. I want to be the accurate information guy. So I think the most accurate thing I could do is say, go look today, and we'll all have Hedge Trimmer to thank for this. Go to look up E. Jean Carroll and lend her an ear. Listen for yourself, and then you decide. I think that's as good as I can do on this particular topic.
Foo's not here, but I bet he's seen her naked.
Maybe.
Foo is not here, seen her naked.
You're right.
Yeah, there's one article that she's on the cover of I think it was New York Times, and it says, "This is what I was wearing 23 years ago when Donald Trump attacked me in the dressing room." Like, who would put the same outfit on?
Well, you missed a money shot, Danny.
No, yeah,
you
yeah.
missed a money shot. It's been revealed. That's been debunked, Danny, that the outfit that she claims that she was wearing wasn't even produced until some years later. It was just one more example of her getting caught in her little fanciful lies.
There you go.
Again, it's, hey, like I said, I don't want to be here to spread disinformation or misinformation. Oh, Hedge Trimmer says, to be clear, sir, I said misinformation, not disinformation. Yes, I get it. They are different. I'm going with the spirit of the comment, Hedge Trimmer. Other than the pedantry, being pedantic and getting down to the semantics of every little tiny nuance. Don't let that obfuscate. Don't let that cloud my message. I think your declaration was that we were misinforming. Hedge Trimmer 10, Jimmy Cap 1, words matter and have meaning. They have two different definitions. Mrs. Pirate has left the room. I was hoping that she could help Hedge Trimmer out a little bit in order to keep things, keep the conversation alive. But I can't fall back on her, so maybe I'll have to argue for Hedge Trimmer against myself. So I guess the only other question that remains is that the limit of the misinformation? The fact that my analysis of E. Jean Carroll, regardless of whether I did it today or not, or my comments about Trump being a felon, is that the limit of my misinformation, or are there any other topics that I need to seek clarification on? Wesley Robaldo says, no, remember, Pirate, you're the clown here. Yeah, I got that, man. I'm aware of my role. I'm happy to wear the uniform. I'll print me up a jersey, put clown on the back. I'll wear it. I just need I need a little direction from time to time, and I'm just curious if that was the only topic, and if that's the case, is being wrong on one particular if you're wrong on one particular subject, does that automatically transform you into the clown status? If not, do you have to have a repeated violations of misinformations before you are indeed relegated to clown status? I'm eager to learn a little bit more about the rules, the rules for clownage. Hedge Trimmer 10, you're trying to use big words like you know what they mean, but then obfuscated the initial word I chose to utilize. Okay, I'm sorry for that. I'll refrain from any big words now. That's my bad. Got me there. Okay. But again, is my only transgression my in your estimation, your clear position is that I'm completely off base with the E. Jean Carroll, and I get that. Let's say, for the sake of argument, let's just say you're right on that. Is that the only thing, or is there anything else I need to address? The Donkey Kong says he's going to wipe the floor with you someday when he learns how to share a link. Wesley says you just need a red nose to be a clown. Yeah, that's a possibility. Daniel Monson said more time's been spent picking apart grammar than trying to make points. I think that's a fair observation, Daniel, that at some point in time, the initial debate topic has been lost. Maybe that says something right there, the refusal to address the initial accusations. There might be something to be said in that alone. Mac and B says malinformation. Man, we've got all sorts of malinformation, misinformation, disinformation. I like it. Twisty Swifty, again, despite the words used, the message is identical. Daniel Monson, I would pay good money for Hedge Trimmer to get to his point. There's that. Might be a super chat in the not too distant future for our new friend Hedge Trimmer. Hedge Trimmer, here we go, coming in hot. The message is not identical when two different words are used, Twisty. Reading comprehension is important. Yep, you're right, Hedge Trimmer. You got that. You're 100% right on that. But I'm still waiting for your response. I hope you're not ignoring me. I think I've gone to great lengths here to be fair and balanced with you. I'm still waiting on your response on your initial accusation that you decided to disparage our character by name calling with the whole clown thing. And all you said was we're spewing disinformation. Apologize if I don't get the exact grammar right. So my question is, do you have any other evidence that supports that, or would you care to apologize? He says, your transgression, sir, is that you are a victim blaming a grape victim. I think he meant rape victim. Your transgression, sir, is that you are a victim blaming a rape victim. Okay, I think he's saying, I'm blaming the rape victim. And again, so Mac and Bees is quickly to say an alleged rape victim. Wait, what are we talking about here? So this is, I think, another example, Hedge Trimmers, that you're labeling her, you're using as evidence her being a rape victim, and there's no evidence of that. And I would argue, kind sir, that that's not in keeping with our rules. I think we determined in the beginning here that we wouldn't lie to each other in order to keep this intellectual. And I would argue, I'm not going to say you're lying, I'm just going to say you're misinformed. There was never a rape victim. So see here, we're getting somewhere. You started the rabbit hole. Yeah, I get it, man. I get it. And we're beyond that. I've apologized for you. You win the whole grammar thing. So points on the board for you on that. For the 5th time, can we move it forward? Donkey Kong says, I just laughed so hard my balls hurt. You might want to see a doctor about that, Kong. Easter Beast, how much money did that how much money did the rape victim get, not even remembering what year it happened? Mac and B says, wait, who's putting the importance on grammar? It looks like to me you just did. And then Daniel Monson finally says, I find it hard to engage in crimes that are only he said, she said, and that's the only evidence from 30 years ago. Right. So I'm going to wait. I hope we finally put to rest the whole grammar thing. I get it. You know, I'll give up on that point in an effort to keep moving the conversation along and keep it interesting.
As entertaining as this is, this guy's an idiot. I say we stop engaging him.
That's fair. Who's this? Yuck. Is this Quack Quack?
Quack.
All right, then you're like, it's like when someone says we stop here to eat at a restaurant. You can veto it, but then you have to come up with a solution. So then in an effort to kill the dead airspace, you're up to bat.
Trump winning the election. Big news.
I don't got nothing.
Well, see, that's my point. You can't come in and say this guy's boring, I don't want to do this, and then say I got nothing. So
Understood.
Sorry, guys. I got to go. I'll catch you guys later.
See you, Danny.
Later, Danny.
Bye to everyone except this Hedge Trimmer dude.
Hedge Trimmer.
No, I'm kidding. Hey, Hedge Trimmer. Wait, we're crazy, man. You don't want to mess with us. Come on. We eat crayons and throw poo around.
No, man, he could be a good dude or a dudette.
He could be.
You don't know.
I
don't
just
know,
met
man.
him.
I mean, I just, like I said, if someone wants to come in and share their thoughts, man, I think we should afford them every opportunity, even if they run afoul, if they're a little, maybe a rude or a little, come in a little bit hot. I think we can make allowances for that.
I agree.
Give them the microphone and say, make your case, dude. You know, kind of like Vivek Ramaswamy, where he's got people standing outside of his rallies and they're screaming all kinds of ignorant shit. And he says, listen, come on in here, come up on the stage, get in front of everybody and speak to us. And that's usually when you see all the children fall to the wayside, or some will take him up on it and they'll come up and they'll repeat a few platitudes or a few, talking points that they've heard, but very rarely will you see anybody come up and generate an original thought and then share it. So here we go, Hedge Trimmer 10. Again, that's misinformation. The case was settled and he found civilly liable of, he says graping. So does that mean groping her? Deliberately using grape here, by the way, for the stream. Oh, okay, I understand. He doesn't want it. Okay, I get it. So was he, I get it. I get it. Okay. So he was found civilly liable. Okay, so that's interesting right there. That's true. It was not a criminal court. This is a he said, she said thing. And it was, you say the case was settled. Now, settling, I think, is inaccurate. I think to settle a case, the in this case, the defendant, Donald Trump, would have to agree and settle with her. So and I know words are important to you. You went to great lengths to tell everybody how they mattered. So I want to try to keep things on that track. To my knowledge, nothing was settled. So again, you're wrong that it's under appeal. So I'll wait to hear your response. It's almost like every single comment you make has some sort of a misinformation or a lie. And I'm trying hard not to use the word lie because it sounds like a personal attack, but it's an example of how every single comment is filled with, again, a talking point that you read or heard somewhere, but you don't finish the whole thought. And that's a perfect example. When you claim the case was settled, that's a lie. I'm an ape 2 son. Oh, okay, well, I get it.
And it wasn't rape. It was.
I don't know how being an ape has anything to do with any of it. That's kind of random, but okay. Been here since the beginning, but I deal in facts and data, and I call out misinformation when I see it. Got it. But I would argue that you're so eager to be this arbiter of truth, this paragon of virtue that sits up and points out someone who's lacking in factual content. And then your last 3 statements that you put here, I've pointed out obvious lies. So you can understand why everyone would feel a little uncomfortable. See, in order for you to act as some sort of judge or someone who sits out and points out the inconsistencies of others, and even more so, accuse them of being a clown or spreading misinformation, I think it's hard for you to make that case when anybody who can read can go back and look at your last 5 messages, and almost every one of them has at least one lie in it. Just a blatant lie. Again, the case was settled. That's a lie. So I think it's difficult for me to engage in a debate when you put forward evidence that's a lie, because there's no way for me to counter just pure foolishness. I need someone who will be a little bit intellectually honest and at least make their point based on something that's truthful. Petro says he's just gaslighting now. I'm trying really hard to refrain from any personal attacks on him, Petro, because I wanted to make it a civil debate in order to keep make it interesting, entertaining, if you will. And I'm struggling to do that. So I don't want to accuse him of gaslighting or any of those things. Although it's entirely possible that that's what's going on. I'm not sure. Easterby says not settled. Exactly, EB. Son. See, that's another example, Headströmer. When you say I'm an Ape 2 son, it's kind of insulting, and it lacks intellect. For starters, I'm almost 60 years old. So I'm going to guess here that I'm fucking older than you. There, I dropped an F-bomb. That's points on the board for you. I don't like to cuss, at least not in debate. So I'm probably older than you. So it's silly to call me son. But I'm almost certainly your equal in terms of accomplishments throughout life. So I find it a little bit insulting for you to tag that on the end. So try to limit your comments to me. Try to extend to me the same courtesy I'm extended to you. Don't attack me personally. Attack my ideas. I know that might be antithetical to the way you normally go about business. Try to refrain from just attacking me and show me where your ideas are superior to mine, and maybe we can get somewhere. Hedgetrummer 10 says he did agree and paid a settlement quote of 88.3 million. And again, it's under appeal. So until the whole thing is finished, it's not settled.
Why is he so?
He says,
I was gonna say, why is he so asphyxiated on Trump? He's an ape.
come on, come on, quack. You know what's going on here.
I mean,
this is a butthurt guy or girl from the election. This is somebody who's just. This is a clear example of what they. I was never fond of the Trump derangement syndrome. I thought it was a little too simplistic and meant to be, desultory or insulting, and I try to stay away from that when we're engaged in serious conversations. But yeah, there are people out there who their hatred of Donald Trump is so embedded, and it's unique because if you can get these people and pigeonhole them and ask them face to face, when did your hatred of Donald Trump begin? When was this bitter vitriol, this pure hatred on a personal level, when did it begin for Trump? And almost without exception, it's when he ran for president as a conservative. So that to me is an obvious example of evidence that proves they don't have a problem with Donald Trump. They have a problem with his policies. See, I would argue if he had come down that staircase low those many years ago and said he was running for the Democrats, God damn, they would worship him like he was fucking John F. Kennedy Jr. reincarnated, John F. Kennedy Sr. reincarnated. So these people, it's the same group that attacked him as a racist, saying that he hates black folks. You never heard that. Even those words were never even in any way reflective in any conversation where Trump's name was mentioned. Until when? Until he ran for presidency. And that's because people who can't argue their policies have to attack the man. So for 70 years, he was good with black people. He was good with the Democrats. Man, Oprah Winfrey, all the rest of them, man, sucking his ass all over TV, everywhere. Until the very minute he said, yeah, I'm not for some of the things that you're for politically. And then instead of arguing with the man about whether his positions on abortion or welfare or the border, instead of arguing with him about those positions, it's, yeah, he's a racist. And the problem is because that shit worked. It's worked for a generation. It's become some sort of a fucking get out of jail free card for people who want to have a debate. And whenever they start to feel like they're losing ground, that it may appear to the general public or anybody listening that they're getting crushed in the debate, it's like a wild card in an Uno deck when we're children. It's like, nope, you're racist. Trump's racist. And unfortunately, they have played that weak shit so much, it doesn't even mean anything anymore. See, that's the funny little thing. When everything is racist, then nothing is. It no longer means anything. And that's kind of where we're at. And Terry says landslide. You're exactly right, Terry. These people with Trump derangement syndrome, they can stomp around and hate and get mad, cry all they want. But the people have spoken. Even if he is a pussy grabbing, woman hating, womanizing, all of those things, drunken, gambling, degenerate, filthy mouth, we picked him. We said, yeah, all of those things, he's our guy, and he's going to fix the country, because unfortunately, people like E. Jean Carroll and all these other fucking lunatics, these things that they engage in are distractions. They're meant to keep people from realizing that you're paying twice as much for a gallon of gasoline that you did fucking 10 years ago. And it's unacceptable. Meanwhile, your wages didn't go up.
Pirate.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Because their narrative makes it so that every time you talk about this, you're kind of on the back foot, trying to defend Trump and trying to, make it like, oh, this is how it actually happened, whatever. I never hear them talking about, Biden being a child sniffer, most likely pedophile, with his, what was it, daughter or niece having in a journal that he was going into the shower with him.
Yeah, they found her diary,
her
and his
son's
own
a
daughter
coke-
said that she
coke
took
addict.
showers at night because she was afraid that he was going to get in the water with her. You're exactly right, preacher.
Sorry, but like everybody's so focused on one thing, but like there's plenty of this on the other side if you really want to go into that, right? and they don't care about that. So they don't really care about people. They don't really care about rape victims as long as the victim doesn't, work within their means.
Exactly.
If
Yeah.
you're gonna
Yeah.
go with
You can
how
be a
many,
pussy grabber. You can be a groper as long as you're for democratic policies.
yeah.
Got it. I got it. Yeah.
Because that's the thing, there's a video with Hunter Biden in a hotel running naked out of a hotel room because a girl ran out and he ran out naked and dragged her, probably knocked her out. It's off camera, but the girl was just being dragged back in the room by her hair on her back, right? That's the son of the fucking president you had. I didn't hear anybody complaining about that, shouting out, raising anything, nothing.
What are you doing?
And probably that woman even
you doing?
disappeared, just
What are
like
you doing? What are
off
you
the
all
face of the
hyped up
earth.
for?
I'm assuming nobody gives a fuck.
Exactly.
So I think the point is stop fighting with them about this, because if they say something, it's like just point at them what the Bidens did, all the shit that they're doing, all the so-called standards and morals that they lack, not have, but lack.
I like it.
Right?
Yeah.
And
I
that's
like
it.
it a great deal. Yeah.
As we have this saying, in Romania, it's like you see the you see the straw in somebody else's eye, but you don't see the beam, like the beam pole from your own. It's like,
In your own. Yep. I get it.
but yeah, that's all I wanted to add. I just had enough of the double standards, like people keep bringing up. And it's under the Biden administration that they try to normalize pedophilia, right? They try to name them minor attracted instead of pedophiles and
Right.
shit
Change
like that.
into a euphemism because they didn't want people, because being called a pedophile, as it rightfully should be, shows that someone is the lowest of the low. That they victimize innocent children, and there's other than committing murder, I don't think there's a more egregious crime. But you're exactly right. They tried to change the name to make it sound more pleasing with a minor attracted person, like somehow or another that, and that's the kind of thing that I'm talking about. I agree wholeheartedly. I saw attacks on Trump's family, and I look at them and I say to myself, if my children grow up someday to live their lives in that fashion, then I will have been a success. And I look at Biden's family and his son with the pictures of him laying in there with a fucking crack pipe in his mouth and fucking drugged all out, and like you said, underage naked girls in the background and seedy hotel rooms. And you go, I would die if that was my son. I still love them, obviously, they're my children, but I would just be like, I would just fucking die.
Yeah, but
But the
okay,
problem I have is with
that's
people who
the
lack the ability to look at those two examples
yeah,
and not be able to readily recognize that one of those is a good thing and one of those is bad. I question people's decision making when they lack the ability to do that. Hedge trimmer, I'm sorry, I apologize. I missed two of his messages, or maybe more. I was engaged with preacher. I always enjoy talking to preacher because he's one of the people that I respect and I value his opinion a great deal. What's wrong with son? It's slang for friend or dude. No, and I don't know where you're from, Hedge Trimmer, but in America, it's usually done as a verbal way to show dominance. The implication is if you call someone son, that you're their father. And that, by extension, means that you know more than them. So that's some pretty weak sauce when you say, what's wrong with son? It's slang for friend or dude. Yeah, let's do a poll on that. Let's poll 10,000 people and ask them if they think when you call someone son, if it's A, slang for friend or dude, or if it's B, an attempt to show dominance. Well, I'll just leave that out there. What else do we have? Hedge trimmer 10. I'm not fixated on Trump. I'm fixated on the victim blaming of a grope victim. So I guess what that says is you're not fixated on Trump, but you're fixated on this victim. So you believe her. Then you're of that group. You're back again to you heard her speak. You've looked into who she is, and you find her a credible witness. Am I correct on that? You honestly listen to her speak at length. I want to make real sure that I understand your position. Keith Stevens, new name, weighs in and says, I mostly call someone's son like, hey, I'm being serious and I'm treating you like my son. Exactly. Yeah.
Well, if it's a, let's say, kind of mentor-mentee, then you can use it, right? But it implies it's someone learning
Context.
from you.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Context. Yeah. Yeah. If it was my niece or nephew or what have you, but it's not, you'll never find well, I've said enough on that topic. Back to the E. Jean Carroll. I'm just curious if our new friend Hedge Trimmer, if you've listened to her speak, or did you just take it on faith because whatever news source that you find your information from, are you just taking it on faith because they told you that that he did these things to her, or did you take it upon yourself to do your own research, to take the time and just hear her out, listen to her speak? And if so, are you willing to share with us that you really think that she's a credible witness? The context of the son comment was that I'm an ape too. It's a New York slang for friend or dude. Hedge Trimmer, you're starting to show a pattern of when you don't want to answer my question, you fall back onto settled science. We've moved on past the sun thing. It looks to me like you use that as a shiny object or a way to steer us away from the questions that you refuse to answer. Do I need to ask you every question 4 times before I can? You sound like a politician. Do I need to ask you every question multiple times before we can get a fair answer from you? Or can we just look forward to every time we ask you a question, you can say the sky is blue or something? Because if that's the case, then this is boring and we're done here. Easter Beast said he won't answer. Logic is not in his portfolio. I'm trying. I'm bending over backwards here. EB. Yeah, Keith Stevens says in his 50 years he's used sun. He said, I have used sun to a non-sun and I know more than you. Exactly. That was my point. There's a delay in the feed. Yeah, but there's not a delay in my voice, Hedge Trimmer. You hear me in real time. But the 20-second delay doesn't explain. You're doing it right now. You still haven't refused. Here's another example. Instead of answering my question that I asked 3 times, you responded by saying there's a delay in the feed. So I'll ask you 4 times. Did you listen to her yourself? And do you find her a credible witness after hearing her speak on several subjects?
And one more thing, if since we're dealing with someone who's very interested in victims, did you ever look into the victims of Hunter Biden, which there are many of? I'm curious. Someone like if you're someone who really cares about women and victims and potential rape and whatever, did you ever take 5 minutes out
Here we
of your
go. He
day
says,
to look
did
into
you
that?
not see the comment above the delay in the feed comment? I see a comment about the sun, you using the word son to address me and how you feel like it's some sort of a term, a slang for friend. And I was quick to point out that no, in my circles, it's used to assert dominance over someone. But again, we've moved on for that. That's foolishness. And I guess it was my fault for taking the bait on it. I should have, I take responsibility for that. So let's move on from the sun and all of that. And again, this will be the 5th time now that I've asked this question. Have you listened to this person, your victim? You keep going about her as a victim. Have you gone yourself and viewed her in any number of the public interviews that she's done? Not hearsay, not secondhand evidence, had her and her own words speak. And then after that, it's your position that she's a credible witness. It's right after Badonki Kong's Google it comment. He spends more time. I addressed your question in that comment.
Oh.
I don't know. I'm bored. The guy he was not a formidable adversary. It's like sword fighting with a child. It brings me no pleasure. I think I'm done with this. Yeah, me too, Daniel Monson. I tried, man. Keith Stevens says, Pirate, who is Hedge Trimmer to you to spend so much time on them? Entertainment, Keith. KC's having lunch. He had surgery. He's a little sore. We still got 3 hours to go. Quack, quack said that he was bored with the topic too. And I said, hey, I get it. So by all means, have at it, And Quack Quack responded, and like he does, he's a good dude. He said, I have nothing. I'm like, oh, okay, I get it. So to answer your question, he's nobody to me. I've never heard the name before today. He's a brand new name, which that tells you something right there. He's just showed up. He doesn't hang out here day to day. Not certainly at any time recently. I've been here 3.5 years, and I'm not saying he hasn't come or gone. But to answer your question, who is he to me? He's nobody. He was just somebody who come in and didn't say hi or what's up. He just said, hey, KC, you got clowns here and they're spreading misinformation. So I thought, okay, here's somebody who wants to be nasty and obviously wants to argue and fight. He's being combative. So I thought I'd use it as an opportunity to provide some entertainment by talking back and forth with him. So there's your answer. Hedge Trimmer says, just stop victim blaming. Again, rape victims, dude. Okay, keep your biased opinion out of the case. But I'm not allowed to have an opinion? I mean, he says, regardless of who's guilty or not guilty, it's gross. Okay, well, I'm going to leave you have the last word of the day on that. We're going to consider that your closing arguments, and I'll let that stand for itself.
Okay,
I'm not even going to respond to it.
Okay, I will. Hedge Trimmer raped me when I was a kid. He's a rapist pedophile, and you have to believe me because I said it.
Yeah, I got touched by him too.
Yeah.
Now there's 2 of us. I think it's a stronger case.
It would appear that I need his or her I think it would appear that I need his, whether or not I'm allowed to have an opinion. I misunderstood. I thought in a free country I was allowed to have an opinion on what I like, and I was allowed to share that with people. And I'm sorry, I didn't know that I'm unaware that I live in a country where there are certain opinions that I have to keep to myself. So I get it. And like I said, I'm bored with it. Let's find something else. I'll let somebody else fill the cricket time.
What's AMC and GameStop at? How about that?
Great, babe.
Thing is, we don't even know if our hedgy trimmer even holds any AMC or at least GME.
Yeah, it sounds like it's attention seeking to me. I've noticed that since we're done with him on board and moved on, he's still typing away. He needs just a little more attention, I guess. I've done all I can for you, hedge trimmer. I tried to give you a voice and give you an opportunity to make your case, and I'm done. I give you all of the time I'm willing to do. You're entitled to your opinions, and I'm entitled to mine. I'll just leave it at that. Welcome aboard. Glad to have you here, and I hope you buy plenty of AMC.
I'm not
Because
okay
I know
with
that's
having pedophile rapists like having their freedom around here. Sorry, but that's not how it should go. And if you dare not believe me, then I'm offended. How dare you?
Yeah. Keith Stevens, who asked why I would spend so much time on him. I think I answered you as to why, but now we're going to need something else, Keith. So help us out, man. Play us a song, tell us a story. Help us out with some content here. We have hours to go. We got 2.5 hours of dead silence to fill. Hook a brother up, man. What do you got? Boobies. There you go. Roadrunner says NFL. Yeah, I'm not a big sports fan, Roadrunner. I don't have much to add. I watch because Mrs. Pirate enjoys it, and I like watching her have a good time. But I don't have much nice to say about National Football League or for professional sports. Not my wheelhouse. Tech We Love says, I heard on the news they're dropping / winding down some federal cases against Trump. Probably already covered it. Keith Stevens says, what did the left boob say to the right? Hedge Trimmer says, at least I'm entertaining. Getting you guys to think introspectively about your own prejudices was difficult, but yeah, you did it, Hedge Trimmer. You go, guy. You got it, man. Good job. And yes, you're entertaining. Good job. What else we got? Jimmy Cap says, cut it out. Something old JoJo would say. Keith Stevens says, we better get some support around here. People are going to think we are nuts. Roadrunner says he's just trying to change the topic. Yeah, you got it, man. It's always good to have people try to help.
AMC's currently at 4.35, and GameStop's currently at 23.24.
Little cheese. Keith Stevens says you didn't even laugh. Oh, I get it, Keith. I'm sorry, and I apologize. There was too much time between your question and your punchline. We better get some support around here or people are going to think we're nuts. That was the punchline to his what did the left boob say to the right joke. Good job. Well done, Keith. I'm not a big fan of street jokes, but I commend you for your efforts.
All right, guys. I went out to eat lunch with Melissa instead, and we got a free lunch. So kind of an interesting thing happened today, so that's kind of cool.
Nice. Free is always nice.
Yeah, it was really nice. I mean, we had to wait a little extra long for our food, but that's why we got it free. But it was cool. We didn't complain about it. In fact, we were like, no, don't worry about it. It was funny because we wanted to order we went to go order a drink, and they didn't have the drink, and the guy, I'm pretty sure the guy that was making my pizza was like high as can be, and like he kept asking like the same questions over and over and over, and couldn't seem to get anything done in a quickly. And I think his boss was just like really kind of upset with like how long he was taking and everything. And so like when we got up to the checkout and everything, he had rung us out, but then couldn't get the drink to us, and he ended up coming back, and he's like, you know what, you guys, your lunch is free on me today. So he just wiped out we had already paid, but he just wiped it out because I guess he didn't feel like just taking off just the drink. So all good, free lunch, not bad.
You missed all the fun while you were gone. We had a new friend show up, guy or girl. I think it's a guy. Calls himself Edge Trimmer 10. And he made us a better, kinder place. He brought it to our attention that we were that we were somehow or another making light of. His claims are that we were making light of rape and groping, and that his efforts were he spared no effort today to show us the error of our ways, and that we need to do better in that. And so we spent probably more time than we should have with him, but we are the better for it. Okay. It started out with it was a little uncomfortable. As soon as you left, he made a comment that he said, Casey, you have two clowns in here spreading misinformation. So we kind of took that and used that to fill the dead air while you were gone. So I would be lying if I told you. I'd be lying if I told you that it was some of the best content that we've ever generated. But we did the best we could.
Okay. Well, I'm going to sign off. I bet Papa Mac's got to be about ready to be able to start streaming by now, I would assume. And you can see that the volume pace, what are we down to here? Let's check it out real quick. Let's see, 1220 would be about 290, 80, 90, 308 minutes of trading we're into this day now so far. Is that right? That doesn't seem right. That seems like way too much. I think I'm giving it too much. 248 minutes. Sorry. Let's see. 9.74. 248. We're on pace right now for about 15.3 million shares traded by the end of the day today. That's still more volume than what it was yesterday. Yesterday was no, I'm sorry, that's less volume. Yesterday was 24 million. Today we're pacing 15.3. So that's a lot closer to the volume predictions. I was kind of thinking more along the lines of for yesterday was like 12 million or something like that. But 10 to 30 million. I think we should hit 10 today. That shouldn't be a problem, especially at 9.74 right now. So that's good. Keith Stevens says, "Who's Papa Mac?"
Well, that reveals more. It reveals a great deal about you, Keith. Not that it's a bad thing. It just tells us that you are practically brand new, and that's okay. Welcome aboard, Keith. Good to have you with us.
Papa Mac's been a part of this community for a while, and he picks up live streaming whenever I'm not able to. Try to give people a safe place who are owners of AMC to get together and talk about what they like to talk about. So I gotta go though,
You can
guys.
find him. You can find him on YouTube. Keith is the same way you found us here. When KC shuts down, we usually gather there. KC, I hope your recovery goes well, and I hope you heal fast, man. I don't like to see any of my friends in pain.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Yeah, I hope it gets better faster too. I was really surprised. I was sitting in the car talking with Melissa about it, and I said like I didn't expect it to be that big, and she's like, "Well, I saw him drawing on your back, and she uses 2 finger." I'm going to show you what she did. I'm putting myself up on the big screen here. She goes, "He drew on your back." She uses 2 fingers. She goes, "He drew the eye around your back like that," and then I'm sitting there going like, normally they go like this. that's like the normal is like one little tiny like little eye shape, in a spot, but she goes, he went like this. I was like, oh my gosh. Well, you can't tell when somebody's doing stuff on your back and drawing on it. I don't know if you knew this or not, but there's like, I guess, less nerve endings that you hit on your back, and it's difficult to tell. Have you ever done that test where somebody can put like fingers on your back and you have to try to guess how many fingers are touching you? Have you ever played that game?
No, can't say that I have.
Yeah, it's like really difficult to do. You can't tell like three fingers. Like it's real hard to tell the difference between like 1 finger and 3 fingers.
Keith Stevens says he is not new. I didn't mean it in any way to be insulting Keith Stevens. I was just merely pointing out the fact that most people know who Papa Mac is based on the fact that he's been here for the better part of, I guess, 3 years or more, and that he's we regularly have him participate on the stream here, as well as we guide everyone to go to Papa Mac stream in the event that KC's been unavailable to entertain us. So I only meant in insofar as that if you don't know who Papa Mac is, you either A, are brand new, or B, you maybe just only come in briefly from time to time. But I didn't mean it to sound like an insult. I hope you make effort to find Papa Mac on YouTube and join us there as well. If any insult was given, I apologize. It was not my intention.
Alrighty.
By the way, Casey, while you were gone, we found the guy that raped me while I was a kid, and apparently he raped some other people as well. I saw even in chat someone was saying.
Oh.
So we have a child rapist in chat.
That's not good.
I know.
That sounds horrible.
Preacher's held it. He's held it in all these years, but he felt like now was an appropriate time to.
Well, when you see
he needs to unburden himself of this egregious
When you see the person that's doing it, pretending to care about victims, it's. And the way it was told by the same person, right? You have to believe me because I said it, and that's it. Yeah, you missed some fun chats around here.
Yeah. I feel really lost right now, but I'm going to sign off. So otherwise, I would have said numbers. So I will exit stage left and.
Well, listen. Yeah. If you find yourself at a loss for things to entertain you with during your recovery, when you're in your reclined state,
I will check it out. Sounds good. All right. I'll see you guys later. Pirate, you cut off for some reason. I think you might have been still saying something, but you get just kind of cut off there. Or is it me? Did I drop out? It's not me. All right. Well, I will see you guys later. It is that time of the day for me. As usual, all good things must eventually come to an end. Eat, sleep, drink, get plenty of rest. Tomorrow's another trading day. It's the last one this week. Spend time with your family, spend time with your friends. Take your pets out for a walk because they like getting outdoors too. And for crying out loud, go see an AMC movie. After all, that's what we're here to do, is help support AMC. But above all else, don't have a good night. Have a great night. getting cold, you're needing a shoulder. Puff out your chest and be a little bolder. All we do is we buy and hold. There will be shills who wanna steal your thrills. There will be friends who hold till the end. There will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedges are dead. Panic and fear really are near, but it's not ours to own. We have shown that all we do is buy and hold. Oh, there will be shills who wanna steal your thrills, and there will be friends who hold till the end, and there will be doubt, fear and cloud, but it's all in your head. Those hedges are dead. So when the night's getting colder, you're needing that shoulder. These apes got your back. We got each other. All we do is we buy and hold.
Shove up that deck, get off my neck. Content strike, ain't got me a check. Wrote the dope song, oh ha ha. Very so mad, ain't got no money, ain't got no honey.